Yes. I know you don't. Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's find our seats and we'll get going here. Just as an FYI, anyone, we're going to be live streaming this. So anything you say, sitting up straight in your seat here. I don't think we're going to get measured on posture. If we do, I'm in trouble. So just so everyone's aware, this is live stream going out. I'm sure that thousands of people with interest in this watching. And I would like to start with introductions here, but before we get going, I want to recognize what we're doing here. And I know our folks in program development, Ben and Tiffany and Ivan, are going to set this up better than me with today. And Monday's work and May's workshop really represents the foundation for building the statewide transportation improvement program, STIP. And what you hopefully will see, commissioners in front of you, is the reasons behind the recommendations that the UDOT team will make to the commission for your consideration, you know, in terms of program levels. So a program could be like pavement program or bridges or signals. So program levels, and then we get down once a program level is set, because we use the program levels to try to make sure we hit our strategic goals, which are in statute, and the targets that are set. And then we break that down into projects. And so this is really meant to be a dialogue back and forth. So there's no questions that should not be asked. And it's to help the commissioners make some pretty hefty decisions here on lots of money. So I appreciate your time. And the only rule is no question should be unasked. Okay? That's my perspective. Can we go do introductions, Navi, before I turn time to you? Okay.
Yes, please.
Ivan, you want to start? We'll go around this table, and then warning all you folks, you're going to have to say who you are, who you represent. Ivan, start us off.
Good morning. I'm Harlow with Financial Programming for the department.
Tiffany Lords, UDOT admin.
Nathan Lee, Technology and Innovation.
Ben Hewitt, Deputy Director, Planning and Investment.
Shara, your finance director.
Tiffany Pollock, Program Development.
Leigh Felder, Legislative Affairs.
I'm Bruce Adams from San Juan County. I'm Commissioner. I'm really excited about 5 o'clock this afternoon. I know that'll offend somebody.
Not the guy sitting next to you.
I just hope that the meeting's over by 5:04.
We will be done before 5. Okay.
And you'll be in front of a camera. Unless you bribe us to do it. Kirk Thornock, Region 4 Director.
Maggie Sinati, UDOT Chair, Commission.
Carlos Braceras, UDOT.
Brad D, Commissioner at Large.
Elizabeth McMillan, UDOT. Lisa Wilson, Deputy Director, Engineering and Operations.
Troy Peterson, Operations.
Josh Van Jura, Trails and Transit.
Jim Evans, Transportation Commission, Region 3.
Rob Clayton, I'm the Region 3 Director.
Kevin Van Tassel, Commissioner at Large.
Lisa Zundel, Region 2 Deputy Director.
Norman Swanwick, Project Development.
Okay. Eric Isom, and I've always wanted to have Carlos Braceras back. New role today.
A little scary turning around and seeing Eric behind you. Unlike Greg.
Greg Curtis, UDOT groupie.
Paul Egbert, Region 1 Program Manager.
Great.
Grant Potter, UDOT Communications.
Carrie Noble, Technology and Innovation.
Nick Naylor, UDOT
Where are we going to start here?
Galena Mark with Jacobs. Andrea Wilson, UDOT Planning.
Josh Slatton, Deputy for Project Development.
Jeff Lewis, UDOT Region 2 Manager.
Wade Humphreys, Region 3 Deputy Director. Andrew Glenn, Region 3 Program Manager.
Peter Asplund with Policy and Legislative Affairs.
Bob Kelly, I'm the STIP Coordinator.
And with Rich, with West Front Regional Council.
Mary Field, UDOT Trails Division.
Cameron Gay, Region 4 Program Manager.
Jared Beard, Region 4 Deputy Director.
Good morning, I'm Leah Andrews with Kinley Horn.
Rich Horson with Avenue Consultants.
Chris Peterson, Fox.
Jamie Evans from Evans Companies.
Travis Wilson, Block.
Real Clifford with HDR.
Michael Tucker, Structures Portfolio Manager.
Chairman, Division. Thank you, Straight Management Engineer.
Where do you guys always take that back corner, don't you? Must be safer. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nugget. Robert,
Sorry for being late. Robert Stewart, Region 2 Director.
you're the shortest distance to go.
Not really, he was up in Tech City.
Oh. Bless you. Stephanie? You just take it.
That's your
Okay, thank you all for being here today. Again, like I said, we're here to have a conversation and to learn, and Nugget, I'll turn some time to you.
If you must.
You do whatever you want.
Good morning, everyone. If I start shaking and falling, I need somebody to come and just hold me up. It is with a heavy heart and deep sense of gratitude I stand before you this morning to announce that my 12 years glorious service in the UDOT Commission is coming to the end. In fact, my last meeting will be May 9th, 2025. I'm not looking forward to it, but this is life. Shortly, we're going to have the honor of announcing the new chair of the commission. He's a great man, wonderful, wonderful leader. He may not have my cute accent, may not have my endearing personality. Heaven, some of you still don't pronounce my name right anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. But he's been called and appointed for this time of his life to lead the commission for another chapter. Please give him the same courtesy and respect that you have given for the last 12 years. With his passion and his vision, we'll have many, many years of wonderful commission to go forward. You will carry on the torch and the legacy of the UDOT Commission. You have done a wonderful job. All of you in the past, those that serve now, those are coming new. I personally promise you that he will do a good job. I'll reserve the tears and my farewell address for May 9th. But for now, I assure you that memory of this commission and my UDOT family will be forever in my heart, my aching heart. It's been a wonderful 12 years of journey that we have together. We have accomplished many things, and yet will be a lot of accomplishments come forth. You, as a young UDOT members of the family of the UDOT, may I just share you something with you personally. I have watched so many of you come and go. So many of you felt that you are going to be a good shade and fruit tree. So quickly decided to just expand your leaves and hoping to produce quick fruit. But don't forget, you have to have a deeper roots in order to have a better shade, in order to have a better fruit. When you come into UDOT, you stay put for a while. Enjoy the journey like I did. I learned a lot from each one of you. Heavens, my wife loves each and every one of you. She adores you, Dot. And from out of my heart, I will tell you this much. 12 years ago, we started a new tradition in my family. We now pray for UDOT individuals, UDOT staff, commission, and commissioner families every night and every morning for their safety, for their success, because you are saving our lives. And Heavenly Father hopefully will save each and every one of you during your journey in UDOT. Thank you. This was not a farewell address, just remember.
No, the timing has been driven a little bit by the fact that we do have a new governor appointee to try to fill your shoes, never will.
It's 8.5, anyway.
But he will be joining us probably around noon. And so it would have been, and I'd like him to sit at the table and start the learning process. We expect confirmation to take place in the May interim days. So that's after our May commission meeting moving forward. So I just can't tell you how much I've appreciated Nagi and still appreciate him and always will for the time and the effort. I don't know of anyone who has put in more love or heart into what he's done here at the commission. So, when you get an opportunity, make sure you thank him from the bottom of your heart.
Not today.
Not today. No, we still have time. We have time. And we'll look to try to find an opportunity to do a celebration, whether, Nagi and I will talk through on what that looks like and how to do that sometime.
You talking about my last supper?
We're not there. This is your celebration. It's a celebration. Time goes fast. It's amazing how fast time goes by, and this is not a closing, but this is just a new opportunity, a new chapter for all of us. So, and Nagi mentioned the new chair. I was going to hold off on that because I didn't want to take it away from Nagi, but you mentioned that he's been appointed. Governor Cox has asked Jim Evans to serve as the next chair of the commission. So I'm excited for that. And Jim will probably be watching Nagi a little closer over the next couple of days here. Very close. It's a little easier when you sit off to the side of the chair and you could take the lead from the chair, but no. So sorry for, kind of interrupting the flow of a normal workshop here, but this is big news, and we'll live through this transition, all of us. So Ben, are you next up?
I can kick it off, I guess.
Kick it off. It's kind of a hard thing to.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, this is our programming workshop. We've got a whole team here that are going to be talking to you today and going through our information. Those of you that have been part of this for the past few years, we've got a similar format. We've got a presentation that's going to encompass a lot of the stuff that we talk about. That will be available on our on the Transportation Commission website afterwards for reference. It's a good tool. I mean, we use it all the time to go back and look at what we talked about in the workshops. So right now, I think, and I guess just to set the stage a little bit, we've got the A portion of the programming workshop portion, and then we are going to do some staff update, some regular staff update items. We'll see where the timing leaves us as far as when a good time is for a break, depending on how we go through things. But as Carlos mentioned,
we do have lunch coming in, right?
Yes. Yep. And as Carlos mentioned, please ask questions as we go through this. We're going to talk about program stuff today, but there's always opportunity for questions. So I guess if we could switch over to the presentation, I'm going to pass it off to Tiffany to get us kicked off.
You want to go to the next slide just to orient everybody to the day. Here's the agenda. Lots of presentations will come up and talk you through, but I wanted to talk about the process. Can you go to the next? Per Utah code, it is the commission's responsibility to determine priorities and funding for the development of the STIP. Next slide. We also have a UDOT policy that tells us how to, walk through this process as well. Next slide. The next one. Wanted to spend some time on this because there's a lot of information on there, and it's sort of the layout of how we're going to navigate the next several months together. Today, we're going to talk about.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there a way for what the commissioners are seeing to be following what's on the screen?
Is it not?
No, it's not.
To share this tab instead.
We're going to share this. Here you go.
Okay.
So yeah, if you guys can see this sort of calendar year on your screens now, today we're going to be talking to you about programs and provide recommendations on funding levels for each one of those programs. Then in May, we will be asking for your approval of those funding levels as well as our recommendations for projects for the upcoming, STIP approval. Then in June, we would be asking for those approvals of the project levels, where then we would open up a 30-day comment period for stakeholders to make comments. And at that point, we would then be handing over our STIP to our federal partners asking for their approval. So what we're doing is trying to put together our work program for, the next several years. And this is, the kind of the rolling approvals and recommendations that we walk through each year.
Tiffany, can I just maybe add to that? So you'll approve sending out that draft STIP for public comment. And then we will come back to the commission with a summary of those comments and look to the commission for approval to then submit that STIP to approving federal agencies, both FHWA and FTA, need to approve the state transportation fund. And we expect that hopefully is done and approved, like you see there, by the end of September, which is, October is the start of the federal fiscal year. And then throughout the year, when we come to, you'll notice that those are STIP amendments. And so those are amendments then to the approved STIP.
Any questions on the process? Okay. Next slide. I'm going to hand it over to Buddy Late next.
Spain, you forgot to say check mark.
Yeah.
Check.
Thank you, Tiffany. I love that Gantt chart. It shows just kind of the process, gives you guys the overview of your work and what you're doing. And I'm going to go through and talk about some of the legislative things that happened over this past session. And I welcome questions as we go. Just give me the signal or give somebody the signal or just interrupt me. I just start off with just a little bit of a cycle here. Many of you are familiar with this and some of you have lived this. So we're kind of at what I think is we're close to the beginning of the cycle, as at least the way I think of it. And that's the interim process. And that's from May to November. That's when the study committees of the legislature and the appropriation subcommittees kind of get together and start studying and issues and looking at things a little closer than maybe sometimes that you can in a 45-day mad dash, which is the general session. So that's coming up May to November. And then there's the governor's budget time, where the agencies, UDOT included, start preparing that next year's budget. Many of these folks around this table will kind of talk with their groups and figure out how they can be more efficient and effective in their budgets, and may have some awesome ideas on things to do that we're not currently doing. And those kind of go up to our executive level with Carlos and Lisa and Ben. And eventually that's passed on to the governor, and we lose a little bit of control at that point. They do their thing and look at that, and eventually they come out with a budget in the December timeframe, and that becomes kind of a beginning of the budget process that the legislature goes through. And of course, there's the legislative session, 45 days. We just finished that this year on March 7th. We did many bills there. I have 962 total bills that came out, and that UDOT reviewed. There were 818 of those, and then 582 of those bills passed. And just by way of information, we did 253 fiscal notes on those bills, and it's an intense process. We have at the beginning of the session 24 hours to look at a bill and decide, here's how it's going to impact us, and here's how much that'll cost. And we do the best we can to come up with a number, and many of the folks around this table were involved with that, and sometimes a little bit like, really, that's all we're going to do to look at this? That's all that we have time for. We need to go. And so we do that. And then, of course, the budget cycle, we make a budget presentation in January, usually late January. There's a base budget that passes. That's a really cool process that Utah has with that base budget. It's passed early on in the session, so the governor has to sign it, or I suppose the governor could veto that, but that makes it so that state government continues to operate, and there's not kind of the budget shenanigans that you might see at the federal level, where sometimes you're like, oh, are we going to have a budget or not? That base budget process is pretty cool. Then, of course, they kind of look at the new stuff, come up with priorities, and look at how much revenue we had. This was not a big revenue year. This was close to a down year, but not quite. And then, of course, executive appropriations does their thing, and eventually a budget's passed, which the legislature did again, and I believe those budget bills have been signed by the governor. So, or at least are going to be today if they're not. Implementation then occurs. It's super important. Once our elected officials have acted, that we then try to get the intent of that and put it into action. And I just want you to know we have an executive director that cares about that, that wants us to do what our elected officials have asked us to do, what the governor has asked us to do, and so forth. So, and so we're going through that process right now, and we have awesome group leaders that are helping to make that happen here at UDOT. So I'm going to go pretty quickly through these bills. Yes.
During the 45 days presentation, dealing with the legislators and elected officials and staff, do you feel that you get the respect and love of those people, or it's always in the head-to-head confrontation?
The legislature, I believe, has a very high regard for what we're doing here at UDOT. And having been a legislative staffer working on the transportation committees, UDOT has earned that over many years of being good listeners and good doers. And so, yeah, I think they have a pretty high regard. We weighed in on a number of bills that I think could have negatively impacted UDOT, and I won't be presenting on a lot of those today because they were either, they decided, hey, okay, UDOT's saying this isn't a good idea. Let's put this on the shelf and maybe we'll work on it and see if we can get it to a good spot later on. And so I'd say, yeah, UDOT has a some good vibes with the legislature. We certainly do get some things that we don't ask for, that are put on our plate. There's no doubt about that, but I think the relationship is good, with the legislature. So,
Thank you.
thanks for that question. It's excellent. So we're going to start off with the biggest bill. This is kind of an annual bill that our transportation chair in the Senate, Senator Harper, runs. And we always lovingly call it the transportation omnibus bill. It's generally transportation related things, but and they're things that we come to them and say, hey, there's a kind of a technical change that needs to be made in this particular statute that we have. It's causing our people confusion. Can we get that fixed? And he's always really good to listen to us. He listens to some other folks too, as he puts additional things in here. But so I'll just kind of go through these quickly. This first one, I have a couple of acronyms there, and I know we have some folks that aren't necessarily tuned into this yet. So the SIB loans, that's the State Infrastructure Bank. It's a little fund that we have where money goes to that, and there's specific uses for that fund. And then AT projects is active transportation, trails, bike lanes, that sort of thing. And so this bill kind of changed the consideration when you look at prioritizing, projects from the SIB or the AT projects. And of course, the commission is involved in prioritizing projects or loans for the SIB, and also are very involved with active transportation projects when it comes to the TIF active projects or the first last mile projects that come out of the TTIF, and of course the ATIF projects. It's newer, but anyway, so that's a good example of something that is a very small impact to the commission if we ever get to doing a SIB loan or doing AT projects. There's also clarification for UDOT property when we buy property and other things for a transit project. This third bullet point's important. This is so right now there's an amount of sales tax that is earmarked for the TIF. And remember, the TIF is that fund that we use to build the state highway capacity projects, right? And that earmark is currently at 20.68, and they upped that to 27.68. That's the earmark of all state sales taxes. So that's a big thing. I don't know if Commissioner, if you thought that we'd ever be at that level, but I point out Commissioner Brad because he was there when some of these TIF earmarks and things were established. But that was offset by a $330 million ongoing general fund appropriation that was taken off the books. So it's close to revenue neutral, a little bit less money in the very near term. But of course, as we know, with percentages, that'll grow over time. So that's an important piece of legislation and has potential to have additional money in the TIF fund over the long term. I'm going to skip down here and go through this bullet point. Allows TIF funds to be used for corridor preservation. And of course, we may not use that very much. We'll see. We have to be careful when we use TIF funds because generally we're here talking about the program workshop and we're programming funds out to, the 2030 timeframe. And so, to use TIF for corridor preservation, we have to be careful that we don't jeopardize those projects that are programmed. So I don't know how much that'll be used, but want to make you aware of that. So that's something. Yeah.
So will this give us the flexibility if we know we got a project coming at 28 and there's some property that we don't acquire, but it's up for sale? Does this allow us to bring that up?
Yeah, and that's actually something that we currently do, but this bill kind of officially says, hey, yeah, you can do this. And that's an excellent thing is sometimes property just becomes available and you want to jump on that. And of course, that's a cash flow issue. That's trying to figure out, hey, can we do this? And does it make sense? Yeah. So great question. I'm going to jump down to these last few bullet points. Up to $300 million of TIF to be used for 300 West improvements. Of course, that's related to our 300 West there in Salt Lake City, where the Delta Center is, and connecting that to the block across the 7 lanes of 300 West to the block across the street. And nobody knows exactly what that's going to look like. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussions, but at the end of the day, up to $300 million can be used for that project. So we'll see how that plays out. Also $3 million from the TIF for an environmental study of I-15 in the Salem and Benjamin area. I know Commissioner Evans is familiar with that. $2 million from the TIF for a local project in Kane County near the Coral Pink Sand Dunes. And just a little history on that is the Zions National Park, that tunnel that's on the state route there that goes through the park, they're going to close that to some truck traffic. And Kane County believes that there's going to be more traffic on this particular road here that goes by the Coral Pink Sand Dunes State Park. And so this is to give them an opportunity to make some improvements there to get ready for that. We'll see how it all plays out in the future, but for now, some money's going there. And then this very last bullet point, I heard Carlos say this was the best part of the bill. And what this does is just clarify some responsibility to maintain street lighting systems, which actually is a nice change to help with a budget item that we got that puts a little bit more money into our street lighting. We have a lot of lights that are out, and lighting is good. Our chair Nagy spoke a little bit about safety, and we hope that that'll lead to some good safety outcomes. So did you have something to say on that, Carlos?
There's just a lot of stuff in this bill. There's a lot that Leif didn't even talk about, and I don't know if the elephant in the room is the Salt Lake City piece, if the commissioners wanted more discussion about that. I mean, really, the only thing we asked for in this bill was the clarification on street lighting, and the clarification that we could use corridor preservation for transit, because there was conflicting parts of the statute on that. In fact, we had asked you guys to approve some corridor preservation for front runner contingent on that passing. Really, I don't think, as I look at this, I don't think there was really anything else here we asked for. So a lot of gifts.
And part of that is that our things were so small. And we ran out of space here. And so we had a bunch of little technical changes to the transportation code. They weren't significant, but they help our people do their job and make it clear for our people what you're supposed to do. I'm gonna move on to the next bill if there are no questions on this one. Oh, yeah.
We're talking about the clarification. So clarify which street lights you're talking about there. On-ramps?
Yeah,
off-ramps,
so
Main Street?
for UDOT, what it does is it says, hey, we're gonna take care of the lights on the interstate. And then we'll also take care of the lighting systems that light up an intersection where there's a state road, as long as those lights weren't like a special request for decorative lighting. Okay, we're talking about the lights that are there for more lighting the intersection, not to just look pretty. Did I get that right, Lisa?
That's a good clarification.
Yeah, and so if you remember, we asked you guys to, we did a survey last year, and on the state system, about 40% of the lights are out for various reasons. And we came to the commission and we asked you for money to fix those lights on the state system. But there's an awful lot of them, probably more percentage, are out on the local system.
Well, so the initial request was to fix the interstate
Right.
lighting. You'll see one tomorrow for signalized intersection lighting. So right now, when you like a signal, say on Redwood Road, we're responsible for the signal. But the local is responsible for the light that's attached to that signal.
And a lot of them don't even know that.
Yeah, a lot of them don't know it. It's created a lot of confusion. There's a lot that aren't maintained. So that bill says we're maintaining those now.
So we asked for the authority to do it, but we also asked for 6 people. So that once we do the capital expense, if the commission chooses to fund these and fix them, we think we can keep them all lit statewide with 6 people. And that's also give us the ability to hire those people.
I'm just curious about state roads that go across reservations. And I know down in San Juan County, we have requests from chapters, not so much from the Navajo Nation, but the chapters for lights out in areas near the schools. And how do we as UDOT address those concerns of those local chapters?
Kurt, you wanna, how do you do this?
Well, a lot of times, look, no, it's fine.
No.
I mean,
I'm putting him on the spot.
yeah. A lot of times it has to do with when a project goes through. A lot of times we will initially fund those lighting, but it's based on our specifications. So it's not the decorative lighting. We generally will do that, where then the city or the entity would take over the maintenance of those and the ongoing, if something went out, they replace that.
So does Navajo Nation take that over or do the local chapters?
That's a
Good question.
good question, because you know that how they, I don't know if you would ever get that answer. I don't know.
Well, I know
I don't
this
know.
would never happen anyplace else, but there may have been a young man that decided to little target practice on the lights. Was
A lot-
what needed to happen.
A lot of our challenges around the state aren't that the bulbs are burnt out. It's that we've had vandalism. We've had a lot of copper thefts.
Yeah.
People will get into the lights, wrap it around their bumper and drive and try to get as much copper as they can. And then they go to, sell that. So that's a big part of this fix, is having to deal with that. But our goal is to try to keep the lights on.
Okay.
Is what we're gonna do. And we now have more authority to do that. You guys, in fact, one of the programs that you'll see, probably still $300,000, Ben, for lighting, highway lighting statewide. You guys said as part of the programs, we still have that in there, don't we? Yeah, it's a pretty small number for statewide.
Right.
And so that's why Kurt said it's usually associated with doing a project.
Partnerships, we will partner with the local community. Just let us know how, and we will work through those details, because we do have other funds that we may be able to use, like the region contingency, that from a director standpoint. But I did want to ask a quick question on clarification. Does this open the door for us to maintain and do things at state to state route rural location?
I believe so.
Okay. I just don't want to say that, because that's my hope. Okay. Get nuts. So
Who pays the power bill?
Well, that's,
Is that yet to be decided?
well,
Or does this?
a lot of the locals, a lot of reason the lights are out is the locals have been paying the power. And so this gives us the ability to pay the power bill. The goal is
Be significant.
well, it'd be in areas that we know that make sense to us. It doesn't make sense for us to pay a power bill for Bruno Main Street.
and we're gonna keep the lights out in Borough.
And
Kids will shoot them out anyways.
I thought that was only in San Juan County.
Well, Leif, what were you gonna say?
this has been a very enlightening discussion.
Oh, thank you. Well, Leif, everyone probably associates that bill with the stuff that took place in downtown Salt Lake. Because that's where all the attention was.
That's true. We had a couple of bullet points in there. I know I'm just trying to manage time here, but if
I would just consider that one of the extra gifts we got that we didn't ask for.
And, you know, so,
Shouldn't be so efficient, Carlos.
It's a no-win for us.
Yeah, it is.
no good deed, right? All right, so this next bill, HB 502, this is a complicated bill. You probably have to be a UDOT groupie to understand this one, but so what this does is modifies a so
Let's just skip this one.
okay.
No matter what you say, we still won't know because it'll be turned around.
Let me give you the short version. How's that? Okay. So there is some local option sales taxes, right? And there's a local government can impose up to 5 of those. This deals with the 5th one, meaning the one that was most recently adopted by the legislature. It hasn't been adopted very, very widely, just in Summit County, Utah County, and there might be one other county. Salt Lake just. So Salt Lake, that was part of the punchline. So Salt Lake just recently adopted that, and so that'll go into effect on July 1 of this year. And what happens with that money, there's a few modifications to that. I won't go into the details of that, but what happens with that money is it eventually finds its way, at least most of it finds its way to a bank. So it's kind of I call it the county bank. It's a county version of the SIB, which we talked about on the previous slide, the State Infrastructure Bank. And that bank, similar to the SIB, is administered by UDOT and the commission. Okay? You may never have to receive an application to this, we'll see, but we have a rule in process, this is why this is important, that we're going to talk about later today. That's a commission rule for how to administer this county bank. Because Salt Lake County has imposed the 5th BIF, that means that bank is going to be funded, and so we got to have our rule in place so that bank can be administered as it is provided in statute.
And that fund can only be spent in the county that.
Yes. So it's a first class county deal. So Salt Lake County, and yes.
So I can't take it. I can't take Salt Lake's money to replace my lights.
Probably not, but you can always try to get some modifications next year. So, but anyway, the other big thing that this bill does, well, there's a couple of things. I'll just go through these last points here. It earmarks growth in the CCTIF, that's the Cottonwood Canyon Transportation Investment Fund, for ingress and egress for the transit hub in big Cottonwood Canyon area. There's also a $13 million earmark from the TIF for Spanish Fork, just a bridge connecting over some road tracks to Highway 6. And then it also creates an affordable housing infrastructure grant program for Salt Lake County. Okay, and that program is funded by $70 million in transportation bonds, and it creates a board which UDOT is part of, as well as the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, and then the housing advisor. I don't know if you guys know Steve Waldrop. He's the Governor's housing czar, and so the three will be on this board and take applications for this grant program that is supposed to be for projects that facilitate and generally transportation projects that facilitate housing development. And again, that's in the Salt Lake County area as well. So kind of a complex bill. Happy to talk offline about it, but that's what it does. All right, HB 229 Transportation Funds Amendments. This is the impact of this Carlos talked about previously. This just makes the corridor preservation funds, which again, the commission approves the corridor preservation expenditures. So that's why this bill's important to you. It expands that to make sure we can use that for certain transit projects, including like a front runner or a tracks or a bus rapid transit type project. And I'll just also note here, and you'll probably hear this a little bit later on, SB2 appropriates $20 million ongoing money from the TIF to the Marta Del Rey Corridor Preservation Fund. So I forget which commissioners on the Corridor Preservation group. Oh, okay. You may have a little bit additional considerations there because there's.
And Rhonda was gonna join us. She has another assignment, so she was gonna join us by phone or virtually here, so she may be online right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna quickly go through these. This was an interesting bill. So I don't know if you guys have noticed the black license plate. It's becoming pretty popular. That particular license plate has a $25 additional contribution that you have to pay. And this bill takes that contribution. Originally, the whole thing went to the Utah State Historical Society, but because of the popularity of that license plate, that the legislature, I think, felt like that's more than we had intended for that purpose. And so they're sending 23 of that $25 to the TIF. I suspect that that'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $7 million, but we'll have to kind of see if the trend continues in the adoption of that plate. But so anytime you buy that plate, that's another $23 to the TIF. So encourage everybody to get that.
So you remember Donna, who was on the commission? She now runs the Historical Society. We didn't know anything that was going on with this, but she came up to me in the session. She goes, "Why are you taking my money?" I had no, what are you talking about? We're not taking your money. And she was referring to this. Again, this is the only special license plate that we receive. We don't receive money for license plates. We got vehicle registration, but not for license, the special license plates.
Generally, those special group license plates go to a specific purpose, like the Historical Society or something like that. All right, housing attainability. This is another bill that helps UDOT get involved with housing just a little bit. So if you remember last year, we shared with you that the TIF was asked to provide a loan, a $300 million loan to the Utah Housing Investment Program. And that was supposed to be all paid back by June 30th, 2027, and that was extended by 1 year. So that TIF money will take an extra year to get back there.
So because they haven't used it at all.
Yeah,
It was still sitting there.
it's still sitting there. So this gives them another opportunity to maybe use that. The bill also allows for UDOT to sell surplus property in a way that might help housing development. So the idea here is that the property would be appraised, and that appraisal value would be held until a housing development was finished. And then once money started coming in from that housing development, they would then pay that original appraised values. So just a way to maybe lower the costs of housing. We'll see. I don't know if it'll be worked, but we'll be writing a rule having to do with this. And so later on this year, you'll be able to review that, which is pretty exciting because I get to come back and see you guys. So economic development amendments, HB 542. The main thing here is that UDOT was gifted the Utah Broadband Center. That's exciting. The Broadband Center deals with the last mile grants. And as you know, UDOT already does the middle mile projects. And so these grants have to do with the last mile. And there's some commission involvement. And at some point this year, we may bring a list to you of potential projects, which would then be forwarded to the federal agency that oversee these grants. So we'll see what happens with that, and maybe be coming back to you with some more information on that. And with that, that is all I have. It's kind of sad, but I'm done.
Questions on anything out of the session? Yeah, Nathan, Peter, we're full-time on this. Most of the UDOT team as well.
Okay, I'm Shara, I'm the finance director. So we're just going to talk through the different funding sources we have for UDOT, and we'll focus primarily on what the commission programs. We'll start with the state funding, but at a high level, this pie chart shows the funding sources we're talking about. We'll go into each one in detail, but just as a general overview, going in list of the portion of funding that UDOT uses. Our largest source of funding is from the Transportation Investment Fund, which we call TIF. We have a lot of TIF type funds that we have acronyms for, but the TIF provides about 50% of our funding. Transportation Fund is the next largest at about 25%. And then we have federal funds is about 18% of our funding. And then this next group of newer TIF type funds, we have Transportation Investment Fund, which we call TTIF, our Active Transportation Fund, which we call ATIF, and then our Cottonwood Canyons Transportation Investment Fund, which is our CCTIF. And then we have some money in rural transit and aeronautics. And we'll look at these individually. Overall, we have, and I should have mentioned, we have about 2.5 billion of ongoing funding within all of these funds. We'll start looking at the Transportation Fund. This is our fund that does our day-to-day operations with UDOT. So it's maintenance and preservation activities. It's constitutionally protected to use on roads for construction, improvement, repair, and maintenance. And we'll look at the revenue that comes into this. The largest sources of revenue into this fund are motor fuel and special fuel, which is diesel, so gas tax. We have some registration fees, permits, use tax, a bunch of other stuff. And then in the last couple of years, we've started getting transfers in from other funds, like our ATIF, our TTIF, and that's to move funds to administer like our trails and transit groups. And so we have transfers in from those other funds, which is also providing revenue into the transportation. Overall for FY26, and I'm sorry, that's mislabeled, I'll change it. We have about 941 million coming into the transportation fund.
Let me stop it. Sure. So, here's the new guy. Tom Jacobson, and I don't know if we have a spot next to you, Robert, down there. We're talking to sit, but I'm going to. Oh, okay. You want to share some, or do you want to just sit down and listen?
Well, I don't have much to share. I'm just, I only share while I get paid by the hour.
Okay,
Well, I'm an attorney, so that's.
You're not going to get much of a paycheck.
I know. Sorry, my $30, you know.
Let's keep going, Sharon. We'll allow Tom the one-on-one to introduce himself.
Okay, as far as the expenditures of the transportation fund for FY26, the breakdown is on the right. The highlighted highway systems construction is the line item that is programmed by the commission. The rest is just already set by the legislature to do the day-to-day, pay for staff, do the day-to-day operations. The highway systems construction line for 26 is about 205 million, and that is used for preservation and rehabilitation on state roads. Things like traffic signals, bridges, signals maintenance and operation, state parks access. And we have the ability within UDOT for any additional revenue that comes to the transportation fund above what we anticipate to be used in highway systems construction. So we're always monitoring that and either pressing go and spending more or slowing it down if revenues came in under what was anticipated. So we'll move into federal funding. This is our piece of the pie that's about 18% of our funding we're looking at. And I'll turn it over.
So in the financial programming department, once we receive the state amount for our transportation fund, highway systems construction line item, we then join it with our federal aid highway program. And for the next couple of minutes, we're just going to talk about how we take the two different types of money, which you saw from Shara's presentation, like 10 different types of money, and then start identifying what programs that we can fund with that money and how we manage those programs. That's the finance part of those programs. So we're estimating in fiscal year 26, the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act still carries us through the end of fiscal year 26. So we feel pretty comfortable with forecasting what those values will be among these different formula funds. For example, if you look at the very top one, this is new to Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. It's a fund program for us at the department, and this is a bridge formula program. It's very specific. Which is why we also have later on, you'll see a bridge formula program on our list of programs versus our next. If I come down to the Surface Transportation Block Grant or the National Highway Performance Program, those are two of our biggest funding pots, the biggest formula programs. That gives us a lot of flexibility that we can look for projects that are the state's highest priorities, and we utilize those programs to fund multiple programs, right? We use those fund types. The important part is, as we come through the fiscal year 26 estimate, we estimate also that we have of this 551 million, about 112 of it goes through pass-through. Some of the pass-through stays within the department. For example, the state planning and research funds a couple of programs. That's again very specific. It doesn't go on to the roadway projects, but it funds activities versus a split, the Surface Transportation Block Program, for example. The department receives portion, the MPOs receive a portion, and then there's also a group that will present projects. The Joint Highway Committee, we've talked about them the last couple of May programming meetings. Again, this money isn't really at the discretion for the commission to say we can't use it for those, which is why we don't have Joint Highway as one of our programs or the MPOs, because that's federally directed to go to those entities of the program. So we take of that 553 million, we take it off 112 million of expected or estimated pass-through. And then we look at those types of programs and say, how much state money do we need to contribute for a match? And the part that's important for us there is when we come to the commission and say we're going to program $1, we don't want you to have to worry about how much of that is federal and do we have the right state match in it. We just want you to know that we have $1 that we want to program and it's going to go into these programs.
Question item. Who dictates the match portion of the state?
The bill does. Each of the programs, most of it because the state has a lot of federally owned land. We're on the sliding scale. There are states that it's just an 80-20 match every program. Most of our programs, it's a 93% and 7%. Again, trying to figure out a way to mix the money so it makes sense for everybody, not just the commission, but everybody to say, how do we, as the department, program our funds? A couple of things, and we're going to navigate away from, or actually we'll navigate. Would you like us to navigate on the website now or come back?
Whichever flows best for you.
Can we see this? Maybe not. Zoom in.
It's small. It's small. That's why these screens are helpful for the commissioners.
So on the Transportation Commission, we have both presentations. both the presentations you're looking at right now, as well as this program here. And you can see that the big numbers that are easier for you to see. Shara talked a minute ago about the highway systems construction line item of 205 million. And I just referenced the $553 million from our federal aid program. In our transportation investment fund, or TIF program, we have the ability to take down the TIF to fund preservation and maintenance on specifically bridge and roads that are built with TIF funds, or have been built with, I'll say TIF-like because the name's changed a couple of times, but if this is the capacity programs. So we get these three types of funding. We do the adjustments that we just talked about, the takedown of 121 or 112 million. We add 31 million roughly of our state match, which then we end up with 472 million of federal dollars, 174 of state transportation fund dollars, and then 22 million of the state TIF for the TIF takedown. And then what we wanted to do is highlight where's the federal money going, where's the state transportation fund going, and where's the state transportation investment fund going. On some of our federal aid programs, that we do not have the discretion to move any of the money. It must go to those programs. And some of the programs we can split. For example, the bill authorizes that we could transfer 50% of the freight program into another program, or fund it, leave it funded in the freight program. So you're able to see, here's what the department is recommending. Here's down here the federally required amounts that must stay in these programs. And then you'll notice, for example, pavement is funded federally, pavement is funded from the transportation fund, and pavement is funded in the transportation investment fund, as is structures. We have a structures program that's our federal. We have the bridge formula program that we talked about a minute ago that's required. We have a structures for the transportation fund, the state highway systems construction line item, and then the structures transportation investment fund takedown. We take all those different kinds of money and we mash them together and say, we have a structures program listed. Again, just making it easier. This is where that money's coming from, and this is how we're funding it. So when we're requesting for authorization from the commission to fund a project, it can be a different kind of type of money, but that's where the funding's coming from. Okay. When we get to the end of the presentation, we'll just navigate back to these websites so you can see not just the presentation where we're at, but there's also some options down as part of this program that shows where, the different allocation among the regions and statewide programs. Okay. Other question? Okay. Check.
If you're through,
Yes.
just one question. Tell me, I can't remember exactly what the freight money is used for.
So the National Highway Freight Program, one of the requirements is we have a freight plan that we have to coordinate with federal highways. And I'm kind of looking over your shoulder at Andrea Olson in the plan vision. And when she shakes her head, yes, I know I'm on the right track. We work with federal highways for a freight plan. We have a freight network where we have to designate this many miles on these roads between these mileposts. We only have a certain amount of miles available for the freight network. And the freight program, the formula funds, can fund projects on that freight network. So it'll fund plans and studies along the freight network, as well as projects within the freight network. How'd I do? I got a thumbs up. Lucky day.
Commissioner, types of projects vary. It could be climbing lane, it could be standing rest area. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to help the freight community.
Could be used for truck parking.
Yeah.
Could be used for truck parking.
That was one of our last projects was that we funded with the freight program was truck parking.
I'm just at the end of all these things. Can you just, either one of you just give us, once again, after we see all this, remind me again, federal versus state, just as the percentage balances. I want to go through all this and then once again, we can just summarize at the end of that. I just want to make sure I'm just kind of overall, we're seeing the different programs within, but just once again, just federal versus state.
So in Utah, we're really unique with the support that we get from the TIF program. Because that TIF program gives us roughly $800 million a year. 1.3. 1.3. Thank you, Carl. Of that, we have 450 million of federal money, and then about 200 million of state money. So you can see if TIF's the big amount that kind of runs its own program, if between the federal and the transportation fund, then it's about 450 that the department selects projects or proposes projects, and then 200 million from the state.
All right, thanks, commissioners. We're now going to talk a little bit about the program review. How we get to the recommendations we make for funding is based on how the agency is performing. And so the way we want to do that is talk about a few items that are there. First of all, this is a page out of UDOT strategic direction. So for those in the audience that are looking, you can go on UDOT's website, type in UDOT strategic direction, and this is the page that you will see that pulls up on the strategic direction. Behind each of these items, it's on the front of this page. So whether it's public road miles or bridges or assets, behind all of those items, there's a document that we produce every year that's called the annual statistical summary. Okay, and this document, again, is online here, and I'll show you and go to that particular item. But this is where we use the money that they were talking in terms of planning funds that are allocated each year to state departments for their planning and asset management programs. This money is allocated there, and across the country, all states record information in the same format and in the same way and submit information to the Federal Highway Administration so that they can keep statistics and understand impacts of different programs in a systematic way. Within the strategic direction, we have a set of goals, and we'll talk about those today too. And those goals that we have, some of them may be tied to federal program goals, but some of them are tied to specifically to goals here within the state of Utah that we feel are necessary in order to improve safety, help mobility, and preserve our infrastructure. And so we'll talk a little bit about those goals too, and a little bit about how they differ and where they work. So if I can, I'll just jump in here. Here's the annual statistical report that comes up each year, and it's shown in this particular area. Yeah, thanks.
It's easier for some of the commissioners to see it on their screen.
And so again, for anybody that's online that wants to look at it, you go to UDOT strategic direction and you just click right there on the assets or on the roads, and it opens this file. This is what it opens, is this particular report. And in this report, we'll just start in this specific area to help kind of outline how different things work, and just give it a second to load. Within this report, a couple of things that you'll see as it shows that in the state, there's like 49,000 centerline miles. So just to be clear about a centerline mile, when you're driving down a road, it doesn't matter if there's 1 lane or 5 lanes. It doesn't matter if they're in different directions or the same direction. When we count a centerline mile, it's 1 mile of the road throughout the state for that whole distance. So if you go from the north to the south of I-15 and there's 400 and some miles of length, that's 400 centerline miles, even though it ranges from 2 to 6 lanes in width on both sides. Just in context, though, we like to help people see that. So when you look at this number, you'll also see statistics. Like it'll show that cities and counties own the majority of centerline miles. But if you look over here on the right and you see this type of road, you'll see freeways and expressways are the most populated, highest use category, all the way down to local road, which is the street in front of your house usually. So those are the different categories of functional classes, what we call those of roadways. And so you'll see the largest portion of roads in the state fall in that road in front of your house, right? They're those local road uses. And when you look at these particular items that are there, another thing to note over here on the right is that this is the annual VMT, the vehicle miles traveled, okay? So you can see how much that is, and you can see that of all the vehicle miles traveled in the state, nearly 70% of them are on UDOT's roads, on these 6,000 centerline miles that we talk about. So it just kind of helps you get a breakdown because they ask how that information works. You'll see informations in the communities and MPOs. Now, if you click on this here, which is UDOT's centerline miles, you'll see some things changed over here. When you start looking at this particular information, you'll see we only have 13 miles of local road on the UDOT system. Those are probably things that are around like a DATC parking lot or something that the state owns. So there's just not very many of those. You'll see the majority are up here in the high collectors, major arterial, or the freeway systems. Okay, so that helps you understand how some of the different things work here in this particular area. When you're trying to say, well, where does 70% of the traffic go? And you're like, well, it goes on these lane miles that are there. And there's tons of information that's carried through this particular area and kind of works through there. And this doesn't blow up very well. But anyway, if you look in the particular space that's there, this is just a blow up of what we were looking at before. And what I wanted to show you then over here in this specific area is here's the trend of how VMT is changing over time. So you can see the VMT in the state's growing. So when you're looking at what are we experiencing traffic wise and that kind of stuff, both on the entire system and on the state system, you're seeing a growth in the amount of miles that vehicles are driving on the road every single day. And we just wanted to point this to you so you can get some specifics of what it looks like. Okay, now that you have an idea of what's on the roadways, we'll go over here in this assets section and talk about a few other items that are in this section. First of all, on the strategic direction, we showed you a page that says UDOT has $61.7 billion worth of assets. Those assets are broken up into three categories. We call them tiers 1, 2, and 3. This first category of tier 1, as it mentions up here, they're managed by performance measures. So they include things in this first category. This is the overview of the different categories about how many dollars are in each of the categories. So our major assets are all in this tier 1 category. They include pavement and bridge and signals, ITS devices, and we've been moving pavement striping in that area. So those are the type of things that we manage by their performance. Okay, you can see that area. In the second area, this is the area we manage over a planned period of time. So things like barriers and culverts and signs and walls and those types of things, we repair them on a planned schedule for how their life lasts. And in the third area that we list down here in this tiered area, they're replaced when they break, when there's a failure. They're on a maintenance schedule. So when you identify that there's a maintenance problem there, then we seek to replace those. So when we talk about the programs and you're going to see the funds allocated for those funds, and you're like, well, we don't see funds for all of these different items. This should help you know why. Because the things that are in these top 2 tiers are things that you'll hear some of the different fund managers talk about today, about what their needs are. And that's why we have programs for those, because we administer them through performance. But the things that are in the fixes, they need to be fixed. Those are things you might find that are in like region directors contingency and transportation solutions. And
For the operations line items.
all right, how do I get it to go back? All right. So
You gotta go back to the presentation now. Hold on. Yeah, no, we do.
Ivan, you might not be able to leave on vacation.
Totally got this.
Ivan, take a minute. Tell everyone here where you're going on vacation. Come on.
I'm going to Indonesia tonight.
Oh, great.
And why?
I got room in the suitcase if somebody wants to join.
What are you gonna do there out here now?
I look at fish. I'm looking for a woebegone shark and a zebra shark. That's my bingo sheet. Do you know what those look like? Awesome. They're fun little creatures.
That's why they call them will be gone.
Yeah, woebegone.
Thank you. So just recapping where we were then, when you're in our strategic direction and you see this things about road mileage or bridges or assets and some of those different items, you can find all of that information in that summary that's there. If you want to see the breakdown of bridges and depending on questions, we may go back there, but it'll show those that are like state owned and those that are locally owned. And it'll show within bridges themselves, it might show why some locally owned bridges are funded different than others is because they might actually be on our national highway system or they're actually within our federally funded area and others aren't. And Carmen will talk a little bit about the bridge fund and give you some updates in that particular space today. But hopefully that gives you kind of an overview of how that strategic direction works and where we keep that data and what the planning and asset elements of the department are doing to keep all of that information combined for communities, for MPOs, and for the state as a whole in sharing national information. So the next item we'll talk about then within that strategic direction is the strategic goals. And you see these strategic goals brought to you at the commission meeting almost every month that we're here. They have a couple of different items here that we'll just kind of highlight for you. First of all is that whatever this number is that's up here in this dial, it's a representation of a calculation that's associated by different metrics that happen for safety in this particular case. So there are 6 different safety metrics, all the way from fatalities to equipment damage to employee accident and incident rates and severe crash rates. Those elements make up the safety performance measure. And when we give you programming requests today to fund different items that are there, it's because we've evaluated these targets each year and identified which ones we're achieving and which ones may need improvement. And the funds we'll request are to help us try to achieve that new funding level that we're hoping can happen in order to achieve those targets we've set. So likewise in mobility, it's made up of 3 areas, then delay, reliability, and transit ridership. And I thought that we would just jump into this mobility one here just for a second because we don't spend too much time on it usually at the commission meeting, and we'll show you how these trends work and the information that's there. So within the mobility section itself, you can see this is the historic index and you'll see that it's trending down. And when we look at it, here are the reasons that it might be trending down. Let's just look at some things that are in that particular area. First of all, we're going to look at delay. So the orange line there, that's our target. We don't want it to grow more than 4% annually. So it's calculating the growth, and the blue dots represent each month's overall delay on the system, and you can see how the trend's growing, and you can see that it's exceeding our target by quite a bit lately.
Some might say that you're setting a target for delay to increase by 4%. And we're not meeting it. I think this is what a lot of our citizens get frustrated about. The change that's taking place.
So a super important message for us is, first of all, just being clear to acknowledge that delay is increasing. And we know it's increasing. And as an agency, we're working on solutions, whether it's dealing with funding or dealing with improvements or better mechanisms for traffic flow. We're looking for improvements to keep us below this 4% line. But as you can see right now, we're not being super successful at that. And back to that deal about showing the volume of traffic, that BMT number we're showing, you can see with that BMT growth why that's there. So when certain systems get saturated, it creates another problem for us, and that's what we call reliability.
Can I have a question?
Yes, several of the projects we've got programmed and they're coming on, it's gonna, probably won't solve this, but it's gonna
It will help.
improve it.
It will help. And so if you remember in the capacity area, the statute and commission rule have very prescriptive criteria for ranking projects that we'll see that in May, right? Or no, we'll see the rank list in May. Those are the ones that will help, I'll say, make this better. We're never gonna get ahead of this.
I'm glad we're where we're at.
You know, it's hard to say this, but our goal is to try to keep it not get so bad. And one of the other performance measures that's in the mobility area that Nate will show probably is, one of the reasons we have increased transit mode share is to try to help us.
Yes, and we'll cover that one right now. If you want, I'll just jump.
Well, why don't you finish with the reliability?
I
Stay on
can
your
go
flow.
up there. It's fine. So as Carl's mentioned about the transit ridership, you can see a few items here. First of all, the target is to increase the ridership monthly average. They're looking over a 5-year average. They're trying to increase it 1% over the month-to-month average that's there. A couple of things to notice about transit. This makes it real obvious. You can see that when COVID hit, there was a significant fall in transit use. And if you look at where we are now, at the end of 2024, compared to where we were pre-COVID, you can see we're still not back up to the transit ridership level that they were pre-COVID. But what you can start to see is happening right now is you're seeing a pretty significant increase in that particular trend as far as ridership goes. So those are positive improvements that we're seeing with us and our partners in that particular area of looking into another mode share opportunity for helping with the overall congestion and reliability is this transit ridership. And another one that we'll talk a little bit about that Josh's area is totally focused on is the trail network as well. If there's a way that you can take a paved trail network and start to make it so that people can reliably use that for different types of activities, whether it's shopping or work or some of those things besides just leisure, again, it can be one of those factors to help balance along with highway capacity improvements. But it takes all of these different factors for us to try to achieve those goals. Because any one improvement, like just adding capacity, won't do it. And if you saw the number that I showed you before about how many were on the interstate and how much traffic was maybe shown on those other major arterials, you'll start to recognize that even if you fix one portion of the interstate, you still have a lot of other areas that are getting saturated and cause part of the problem. So it's an enormous problem that requires a lot of solutions be applied by the Transportation Commission and their funding in order to give the best opportunity for reliability. And that's what this unit here is talking about, is reliability. So in this particular case, we'd like to make sure that 90% of the system can remain reliable. In other words, we're hoping that if you plan a trip to go somewhere, that you can count on the same time to deliver that trip day in and day out, or week in and week out, that you can reliably count that it's a 4.5-hour trip from Salt Lake to St. George, or it's a 40-minute trip from Salt Lake to Ogden, or whatever you want it to be in that space. What you'll notice is that one of the challenges for us as an agency is you're seeing that we're coming closer and closer to this target and starting to fall under that target. And what that does is that deals with people and maybe their frustration level. Because what's happening is even though it's reliable, that 35-minute trip to Ogden from here is now taking 46 minutes or 47 minutes. And you might be able to count on that reliable time to get to work every day, but that creates frustration for transportation users. And that's one of those reasons that we look at these various system operation improvements or capacity increases. Questions about reliability or any of our strategic goals and how we set these targets and to help us make decisions? Great. All right. Is it back up on your screens?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so the last item we want to hit is each year, the agency reports on innovations and efficiencies that the agency is able to accomplish to help do the work that the department is assigned and authorized to do. So this past year, you all have this report in front of you as commissioners. There are some outside the door on the table for anybody in the audience that would like them. And if you would like to find this report on our website, again, you can just type in UDOT Innovation Station and you'll see this book right here. And you all have a book like that. And inside that book, there's 2 pages that look like what's on the right. If you pick up the book and flip it open as commissioners, you'll see this particular information right here. And if you want to see that online, again, just click on the book and it'll open it. It'll be in like page 2 and page 3 of your book. So a couple of things we just want to mention this particular area. First, the agency produces this information for a couple of reasons. But one reason is our due diligence to show the efforts that are being made to improve and constantly accelerate the transportation experience for others. In this particular year of 2024 closing, there were 67 innovations that were identified. The book that you have, I believe, contains like the top 15 that we were highlighting, things that are there. And within those 67 innovations, there's nearly $4.5 million in savings that'll occur from those innovations that we were having to pay in otherwise, and close to 19,000 hours of work between employees, consultants, and others that no longer has to be achieved. So just to give you an example of some of those are there, there's this one here that's talking about asphalt. And if you open the book, there's 2 pages in there that talk about some things related to asphalt. And what it's talking about there is, one, they're dealing with things that cause asphalt to have problems prematurely, or hoping for 20-year life and something, and they're only getting 16. And so they found some different ways to address that. One of them deals with deeper reclamation, which is a process they do out on the road to reclaim existing roadway and lay material back down. And another one deals with how the actual asphalt materials themselves can be changed to better withstand our climate, the roads that are there. Another one that you might notice in here is there's this electrical partnership item in there. Utah right now, I believe, is, I'm looking for Lyle. Utah, I believe, has the most electrical charge stations functional of anywhere in the United States that are based on the NEVI program, which you authorized funds over the last couple of years.
I think it's west of the Mississippi. I'm not sure. I don't see Lyle.
Yeah, there were a couple of states that had initiated some before us, and I think we have the most active programs. And so in Utah fashion, what we did with that program, the innovation that's there, is we set up a grant program for local companies to install charging stations as part of their business model in order for people, transportation users, to access those things, much like you would a gas station. So that innovation keeps the state out of having to manage a fuel source for electric cars, and it keeps it in a business practice and an opportunity for different businesses to participate and grow and develop changing vehicle fleet over time. So again, that's where you can find those particular items in that area. That report comes there annually to give an update, and that puts together some of the things that the agency does to help establish our program recommendations. So what you're seeing on the chart now is going to be a breakdown of the program recommendations. And we're going to walk through all of these individual tabs right now and talk about what's being recommended for that program for overall funding. Just to orient you about a couple of things on this tab. First of all, this gray section is what was funded and is being expended this year, 2025. Okay, this light blue section that you're going to see over and over again, it was previously funded by you in past years. And then this orange section that you can see in this particular area, those are the new funding requests we have for this year. Now, we have seen before changes in the blue section, and if we've asked, we highlight those. And a lot of these programs that are orange that are in 2026 compared to 2028, that happens probably because the majority of these funds are the state funds. So I even talked about, we can combine all the money here. This is all the money combined, putting them in the programs. We've done the math behind the spreadsheet, if you will, about how you can allocate different types of money to these funds. But there's a number of these types of funds here that are state funds, and those funds can only be allocated 1 year at a time once we know how much money is actually there. Any questions about that? Okay, with the change in the federal administration, it's changed some things this year that we need to address on this fund. So over here in this particular area, we want to bring to your attention that the federal bill, the IIJA, it ends in September of 2026. So you can see some programs on here that have asterisks on them. And these programs that have asterisks on them, the reason that they have an asterisk is either they were new to the IIJA or they're programs that we're not positive that will continue on if Congress does a continuing resolution or if a new bill's passed. And so because of that, most of these federal programs we fund in out years, but because that happens, and we'll give an example here on the Bridge Formula program, we would have normally been asking you to fund it in 2028, but we're no longer sure whether we'll have any money beyond 2026. And so you'll see that these ones with an asterisk, they no longer have items there. And in existing years that are here, you'll see that they're grayed out beyond that bill length. So if a continuing resolution is passed and more money is brought back into these programs, or if a new bill is passed and includes money in these programs, we would come back to the commission to maybe reauthorize some of these expended areas, like the freight and carbon and protect. But if it's not passed, then we will not do any work moving forward beyond what's funded in 2026. Does that make sense to everyone? Why we're doing that? We know that's different than before, but given the uncertainty of this situation, that's the approach. Okay, what we're going to do then is we're going to go through each of these line items. We'll break through what's there, and then you'll see this total back at the end. We'll come right back to this sheet. So we're going to walk you through the numbers that are here and right back to the sheet and how we got there. And I'll be asking some of the managers that oversee some of these assets to walk you through why they're asking for the proposed funding change that's in these programs. So first of all, we're going to talk a little bit about pavement. And in pavement in particular, you'll see that they're asking for an increase in our high volume pavements, our low volume pavements, for this total amount of money. It's moving at about 17.6 million from where we currently are. And maybe I'll just start with Carmen. She'll show you a little bit about the graphs in terms of how different pavements are performing and answer questions.
Yeah. There's just these two slides.
On the pavement program. Hello, everyone. Carmen Swanwick. I'm the project development director here. So I'm just going to discuss our pavement and structures programs. So what is being shown here is for the pavement high volume. So we manage the programs in high volume and low volume roads. And high volume, I believe, is average daily traffic greater than 1,000 vehicles. And then the low volume is obviously below that. So how we manage this is by what's called an IRI, which is the International Roughness Index, which is really, you equate that to ride quality. And so really our goal, as you can see, the target that we don't want to be 5% or less. We want to be in for 4 roadways.
If you can see the orange is really kind of that fair, and we target to maintain 65% or greater in that good condition for our high volume roads.
And this is based off the surveys that we do statewide.
Yes.
Of highways.
Yeah, so for those that are unfamiliar with that, every 2 years we drive all of our state facilities, our state roads, and we collect condition data. And that's how we come up with this index. So with the numbers that Nathan showed before, we're requesting about $5 million added to this, to the high volume pavement program. All right, we'll go to the low volume. So here is where we are as well with the low volume roads. And again, target is less than 10% and then 50% for good roads in low volume. We're requesting to add 3 million here, really to kind of maintain the condition where we're at, because we're really finding a lot of our maintenance funding doesn't go as far as it has in the past.
So, Kevin, this is
my favorite slide.
This is his baby. And for those that don't know, I mean, going back almost 20 years ago, we realized we didn't have enough money to take care of all of our payments the way we wanted to, and or felt we needed to. And so we stopped proactively doing preservation treatments on these low volume roads. That time we called them level 2 roads. And we came to the commission and told you that down in St. George, like I said, probably 20 years ago. And that allowed us to keep the high volume roads, which take the most traffic, the most trucks, and deteriorate the faster because I allowed us to keep those in good condition, because that's really the big dollars. But there was a senator from rural Utah that did not appreciate that approach. And he was a very brave legislator, and he even proposed a 10-cent a gallon gas tax. But it was the data, and it was around managing this asset that, Kevin at the time really took up that charge. And we were able to, with the 5-cent gas tax in 2015, it was able to bring all this money is coming from gas tax. And you can see what's happened. See how the green has grown there because of that commitment. This was where really a legislative decision was driven by asset management and performance measures.
Think about this, as high as expensive as it is to maintain. If we hadn't done something,
it would be more expensive. Yeah, it would be an unfunded liability for the state for all those roads.
So for the commissioners to understand the funding in this particular category, we just want to put some things in perspective for you. We had removed 5 million from this category. It used to be 40, and you saw it was 35 because it was performing okay. What we found from the analysis from the pavement group is that in order to maintain the funding moving forward based on the cost of materials and equipment, we won't be able to maintain this trend without making an adjustment. And that's why Carmen talks about $3 million being added to that particular space. And I'll just give you, for instance, of UDOT's own numbers. Our own numbers for what it was costing for the materials that our maintenance crews do in terms of like chip seals and paving and that. In 2018, we were spending on this small item around $14,000. And last year's budget for that same amount of work and stuff cost us $22,000. So you can see that the price from 2018 to today for oils and different items that are there is nearly double. And because of that, there's an awareness that taking 5 million out of that isn't going to allow us to continue that sustainability. And that's what the pavement group's asked to bring $3 million back into this fund moving forward, is to cover some of those inflationary costs that exist today.
Question. What did you, this young lady, I think, said the threshold between high volume and low volume is 1,000 vehicles a day?
Yes.
Do you delineate anything I mean, truck traffic versus vehicle traffic, is there delineation between how they affect the road surface?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And
So,
we do track that.
and we have a truck number in there too. I think it's 500 trucks, right? Isn't it? I think it's
I thought it was
1,080.
100 trucks.
It used to be 250.
There's three different numbers.
Yeah.
Average, or maybe not.
But he counted 500.
But no, so yeah, trucks is in that to determine whether or not it's managed to a target of low volume versus a target of high volume. The difference here is really target, and a lot of times it'll be the treatment. But every job that you fund, our pavement engineers will design it, and they'll use a term called easels, equivalent single axle loads. And so what we do is we project the number of easels, so that's every axle on a truck, the loading on the pavement. So every time an axle goes over a pavement, it's applying a vertical load to the pavement. And they'll use that calculation of over the next 20 years, we expect this amount of easels, and this is the type of pavement design we need to put in place.
So,
At least that's the way we used to do it almost 40 years ago. I don't know if they do it that way anymore.
It's changing.
so it seems like they've changed
Nice.
how they fix potholes. The material they use used to be a kind of a cold mix that they use now. Now they use something different. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. Troy, do you want to respond to this, or region director? We still use cold mix.
Yeah, we still use
Oh, do you?
that.
So it's just when we don't have temperatures or the batch plants aren't open.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna use we try to use the best material available for the situation, but there's still a lot of throw and go operations going on.
But to help answer your question about, we don't have a low volume road that has 1,000 vehicles a day that is skewed like we have 500 trucks. It was always, it's all fairly similar. I mean, it's less than 200 trucks usually on these. So you won't see, like you say, oh, that's all trucks, but the data shows that we don't have a big skew like that generally on those low volume roads.
Okay. Very good.
So I have a question, none of my own, but been asked. We encourage the trucks to go on the slow lane, which is the right lane. Are we putting the different materials on the slow lane for the trucks, denser materials compared to the middle lane or the
No.
fast lane?
We've never done that. Some states, Oregon, has had a practice of using more rigid pavements, concretes on the truck lane. And some of it's even continuous reinforced concrete, which is very expensive to put down, really expensive to maintain. And then asphalt on the other passing lanes, but they have a big truck differential. They have a separate speed limit for trucks that Utah doesn't have. And so we haven't found it to be cost effective to differentiate that way.
Any other questions? Okay. Very good, Nathan.
I got an answer for you from our pavement folks. They said, just like we talked about before, there used to be a truck factor, but to what Kirk said, after evaluating it, there's consistency. So we only use the ADT factor now because there's a truck consistency on all those routes.
Doesn't surprise me.
Okay, the next item we're gonna talk about is we have a reconstruction program that the commission started funding a while ago, trying to help us with some of those areas that Carmen was showing you that's in red, both for pavements and for structures. And so this has a combined program. We're proposing that we continue this program and that it increases at kind of the rate of inflation that's here. Carmen will give you just a little bit of update on terms of what that looks like and how this chart works.
Yeah, so this is our reconstruction program. And prior to, I think, 2023, so 6 years ago, most of this program all went to pavements. And it's really for large projects, more or less 50 million or more. And we try to focus on our interstates for this program. And then looking at our structures program, the funding is limited when it comes to replacing some really large bridges. And so we've added the structures standalone replacement within this program as well. And so we try to every 5 years program one of those very large bridges. And it's written here, you can read it, but they're really high volume bridges, value bridges, 35 million or more, large deck areas, longer than like 1,000 feet. And so as you can see in 2027 and 28, we have a very large bridge coming due for replacement. And so that's why you can see in 27 and 28, we're requesting the funding of this program to go to the structures portion of the reconstruction program.
Okay, you laid, what bridge?
We call it the Long Bridge. It's long. It's up on I-84 and it's really challenging, excuse me, location. It's railroad, river, really narrow canyonway, and it is over 1,000 feet long. And so right now, I mean, we don't necessarily have the concept cost yet, but we think it will take these 2 years of funding to do. And so we're working on the concept right now, planning for 27 and 28 funding.
Which one is, there's a couple that are fairly long that sort of do that. Which one are you talking, what exact location?
So Cheryl, what's that? Becky, what's that exact location?
Is it just above the power plant?
Above,
No,
no, it's further.
Taggart. It's Taggart.
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 Is that Rob?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi, Rob.
you're speaking to us from above, Rob. Thank you.
Yeah, it's you.
I am paying attention.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I can remember if it was further up.
And so,
Were there any questions?
I'm sorry, I can't help myself, Carmen. So when we say reconstruction, it's basically starting from over again. So if it's reconstructing a pavement, generally we try to work from the top down. Take off a layer or two, go down a little bit, and then put a new layer back up. That's a preservation treatment. When we have to reconstruct, you obviously have to go to the bottom and deal with the subgrade, drainage, and work our way up again. So it's the big jobs.
Yes, they're very large projects.
And I'll just add that it seems like a lot of money, but we're doing a reconstruct on 215 this next season. That takes two or 3 years of this funding to do
for one
project.
One project. That's a good point, Robin.
Okay, I'm gonna have Carmen talk to us a little bit about the structures program now. You'll actually see in the structures program itself, there's quite a bit of additional recommended funds that added in this particular area from going from 91 million to 110 million. So I'm just gonna have Carmen give you a little bit of update on how our structures are performing and why we feel like it's important to add this type of revenue to this program.
Okay, so this is a similar chart that you saw with pavement and how we track our bridge condition. And this is really for the state-owned bridges. And we measure this by deck area. Just for reference, we have about 3,000 bridges in the state. 2,000 are state-owned and about 1,000 are local-owned bridges.
And Carmen, you collect this data because do you have 2 inspection crews now?
Yes, we have 2 inspection crews.
So full-time crews that are required by federal law to inspect every bridge in the state or local, at least once every 2 years.
Yep.
Some of the more special bridges get a little more attention.
And so
But that's where this data comes from.
right, that's where the bridge data comes from. And it's on every element of a bridge that we collect the information. With the target here, you can see right now, looking at the condition, we're probably about 1% in poor condition. The orange is showing those bridges that are about to go to that poor condition. And they're a low fare, because the yellow is what we would classify as a fare. So what's in the orange is really what we're monitoring, and that's about 15% of that fare percentage. And then with the good, we are trying to maintain at a 40%. But as you can see in this graph, the good condition is declining, and bridges are moving more into that fare category.
And Carmen, these projected conditions are predicated or assumed to have the funding levels that we're recommending?
Yes. Yes.
So if it's not funded at that level, the conditions we anticipate to be
Yes.
worse.
Right. And as you can see, even at this level, I anticipate every year we will ask more so that we can raise that green up.
But it's like, there's no new money.
There's no
So
new money.
It's less in payments, so that means we would start to see that condition come down as we move money to bridge.
Since we're talking bridges, can we get a quick update on Vale?
Yeah, it's still there, right?
I'm sure it's still
Oh, we
there.
actually
Are
have-
we back to one
I thought you
lane?
might want to know about the bridge we found out today, this week.
No, Cheryl should be able to help us with
No.
that. Cheryl,
You want to come up?
She didn't ask if she wants to. Are you just here? There's no mic.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, so we were able to get, all of the defective plates that we showed were all replaced. We were able to do it in less time than we anticipated, more time than the locals would have liked, but less time than we thought it would take. And we considered a temporary solution. So we're monitoring it. We're putting some gauges on it to see where the stresses are happening. And we're working on another more robust project to make it a long-term solution.
So are we back? Are we still running one
Totally
lane?
open, totally open, load restriction is gone. Yeah, so it's back to pre.
I was asked that and I told them I'd find out.
Yeah, it's all open.
We found a bridge this week with a pretty good hit on it.
Yes, we did.
What do you think? What's that looking like?
So, this is the one, it's, I-15 over one of the local roads. It goes to a pit. And one of our bridge engineers was out scoping another project and went underneath and was surprised to see the girder bent pretty much up into the bottom of the deck. So our inspection teams happened to be close in the area. We closed one lane, which we were planning to do the inspection. But as a result, we have a hard closure on I-15 of the shoulder of that bridge. We're working to get a project in place to replace that girder and do some work to the adjacent girder that also was damaged. So, but my understanding from talking to Becky and the station is that we do know who hit it. It was about a month ago.
Yeah.
So,
Highway Patrol helped us out and
yes, yep,
Ross people.
yes, the region was great. So milepost 235, yeah.
Thank you. Good work.
they did a great job managing that and working with our region. It was great.
You know, Carmen, I don't know how easy it is to get to naked. I think the distribution by age of the bridges would be interesting for the commission. Can we show that?
Yeah, Nathan can get to that.
Because I think seeing that gives you an idea of what I've been calling, I think, a balloon payment we have coming at us for the bridges. Because so many of them were built in the interstate building era, and those bridges are now, 60, 50 years old.
Before there's some that are all built at the same time.
Yeah, we built
Same
some.
decade.
So that's the. You see how many we built in the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah, this is what Carlos is talking about the distribution by age for the bridges. The ones that are orange, as you can see, they're the local bridges. The ones that are blue are the state-owned bridges. There's about just over 3,000 bridges in the state, so this shows you that distribution. You can also find out how many are in each county. Information's there. And then Carmen might just mention a little bit about the Bridge Formula Program that was a new fund in IIJA. And it's probably worthwhile we're here just explaining how that works. So there's federal funds applied to bridges, whether they're state owned or locally owned, if they're on the federal aid system or if they're on the national highway. And so just pointing out, there's 7 locally owned bridges on the national highway. There's 395 that are on the federal aid system. There's a big portion of these local federal aid system bridges that were in pretty dire condition. When Carmen was showing those orange and red, there's a pretty big portion of those in that particular area. So the Bridge Formula Program, the recommendation they made over the past couple of years from structures was applying a large portion of those funds back. Is it almost all of them, Carmen?
Yes.
Maybe just.
To about 90 bridges,
Local.
all local.
So 90 of these 300 were able to be addressed within that program. And we marked it with an asterisk saying that we won't fund projects going out from now because we don't know if that will continue, if it'll be in the new bill, if it'll be on a continuing resolution. But it's an important fund in helping to cover these structures. We're asking for $19 million to be added to structures, as you see in the particular request that's there. But this $45 million has helped make a big impact in that particular area. And it's something that our state, as well as many others, will hope will continue as part of the federal program. Anything else on bridges, Carmen?
Yeah.
So there's over 100 bridges built before 1950.
Is that
Some
what
of them
it said?
built in 1910 or
Yes,
1920. We're still using those?
yes.
I need a list. I want to make. You know, make sure I don't drive over.
No, I think, Carmen, are our bridges safe?
Yeah, bridges are very safe. Our bridges are safe.
Uh,
It looks like 42 of them are in San Juan County.
Yeah. I think I did on everyone. Thanks for running it in.
Just kidding.
How many is this Shane?
Oh, what did it say?
I got it back.
All right.
Is it gone?
You know,
Well, this is probably a good time. To be the afternoon tomorrow.
Are we at a good breaking point?
Sure we can.
So I think
think
it's to the
Carmen,
next-
we're done with the
Yes.
structure. So we're on the rail. So yeah, sure, it'd be great.
Because we still have a few more we're gonna go through, right?
Yeah. If you want to do them.
Let's do lunch. Okay? So we've got, other people, not me, provided lunch through this door here. We definitely have enough for everyone around this table. And then for others, but I'm not sure it's gonna go the full way. So if we can feed the people around the table and then free for all for everyone else. No fighting. So, she asked for more. Okay, so let's start off. Robert, why don't you show Tom where the lunch is? This way. Let's do it that way.
Challenge.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, but wait.
That's only on TV. Yeah. Self-selling commissioner. You come to BYU. Sit out there on the ranch. Put coupons in. Thank you very much. Probably don't like that. Well, you know, I remember.
Okay. Do I need to go to hear it? Let's see. I'll let you know.
Hey, I know we have a lot of material and I appreciate the questions we're getting. Let's keep asking the questions and start, challenge assumptions or anything that way. So we're gonna start back with Nate here and have some other folks join.
Great, Commissioners. So we're about halfway through the program recommendations, and the next one we have on the list is related to our rail division. You'll see a change in this one to the rail division. You'll see that underneath railroad crossing, we're proposing 3 years worth of funding. And the reason why is this is tied to the HSIP, which is the Highway Safety Improvement Program. And these programs are federally funded programs, and we hadn't had this one separated in years past, but last year we separated it out in conjunction with what the rail program's doing. So Troy's going to tell you a little bit about this program and what this funding does.
Well, yeah, I guess good afternoon, Commissioners. Troy Peterson, Operations Director. Rail Division, we've got, as Nathan said, we got the big dollar here is the money we get for the federal Section 130 fund, which is a subset of the HSIP program. And that funds go to stuff like safety infrastructure improvements, at rail crossings throughout the state. Those are all public crossings, okay? Whether that's on a state route or a local route. Those are formula funds, so those are what they are, and we'll spend those accordingly. The next item on this one is we call it rail management, which is basically we need to keep that group running. And when I say that, it seems from like when we do a diagnostic review of that crossing prior to a project. If there's a project coming up in an area where there's a crossing, we do out a diagnostic review of that. All the safety features are there, whatever needs to happen. So do an analysis there.
And it's even if it's not a UDOT project, but it could be a new apartment building going out there. Anything that create a change condition.
Yep. Part of that rail management piece is also keeping up on our standard drawings. as well as there's what we call the, there's a, FRA has a railroad crossing inventory where we have to go out every we have a cycle over a 3-year period where we review and inspect every crossing. Like I mentioned before, it's all public crossings, whether they're on state route or a local route. And there's a couple of other items in that. One is our Utah Operations Lifesaver. That is a partnership with various railroad, UTA, Highway Patrol, DPS, that we educate on the safety of the railroads. And so that's kind of the bulk of what the rail division does in terms of funding that they're asking for on that line. Any questions on those?
Okay, great. We'll move on then to the traffic and safety programs. And in this particular area, you'll see a number of programs are mostly state funded. And so you'll see funding requests for the 26 year. And then you'll see a couple that, again, are federal and funded for the 28 year. We've got a few different pieces of information he wants to share in regards to these funds. So maybe we'll start here, Troy.
Yeah, traffic and safety. You'll notice if you look down the 2026 column, it's about a $2 million increase from last year. And we've broken apart HSIP. We talked about HSIP already. That's the bulk of the money that we get from the federal government for safety improvements that we administer through that traffic and safety group. And that there's about a $500,000 increase this year compared to 2025. We have another section I call behavioral safety, and that includes our zero fatalities. Let me step back. Part of the money that we get for HSIP funds goes to running our zero fatalities program. There are portions of that zero fatalities program that we can't use federal funds. Only assemblies that we put on. Some of the handouts we give when we go to the schools and whatnot, those can't be come out of the federal. We have another line item that we put in through, we call this behavioral safety piece. It allows us to use our state funds to pay for those. Okay. We're not asking for increase on that item, but that's one of the items that so behavioral safety, we have zero fatalities and safe routes to Utah. And the safe routes to Utah is you've heard of maybe the assemblies that go to schools. They work with all of the school systems on walking plans and safe routes there. They'll do programs there to help educate safety on how to get to school. That's one of the efforts in that behavioral side that we fund and use from this area. It's proven very beneficial. That's kind of the behavioral safety piece. When you put on behavioral safety, before I move on to the traffic signals portion of this. So the traffic signals, this is most of us look at, we're warning it. And you're looking at operations, you're going to see a couple of different areas where we talk about traffic signals. We have operations and maintenance. And then this section here on traffic signals is new and rebuild. And new and rebuild is when we request a new location or a new signal gets warranted. This is the group this is where the money will come to pay for those new signals that we take. Right now, we're asking for an increase in the traffic signals portion of that. I believe that is about $1.2 million more. And that is the bulk of what we're looking at is it increases in the costs from material and equipment and from our construction forces. I think that inflation is around 4 to 6%. Some of the items within traffic and safety or the signals world are much higher when you talk about steel components. But the number we feel that confident that number is about good for new signals coming up. And one thing I'd like to share on the signals portion of it. So last year we put in 19 new signals and we did 26 rebuilds. The difference between a rebuild and a new signal, obviously we have old signals in our system, and I'll show you a graph here shortly of how many of where our signals lie and how old they are, or when they were installed. And you get an idea of what that looks like in terms of when they start getting old. Signals generally, you're looking at the steel, probably at 40, 50 years to get out of steel, but the electrical components within a signal is probably that 10 to 15 years. So that's kind of comprises what the money for traffic signals looks at. But in this group, where we talk about the new and rebuild, we did 26 rebuilds last year and 19 new signals. And there's a varying other items that we use this money for in a signals world, things like emergency repairs, pedestrian crossing signals and stuff like that. But they're a smaller component. Yes.
You use the term warranted. Trying to connection of the information is what it takes for a signal light to come to an intersection. What kind of procedure you use when you use the term warranted or not?
I'll do my best to give you the. We have the MUTCD.
Manuals Uniform Traffic Control.
That document gives us some guidance on how we go out and study an area. We look at things like traffic volumes, delay, crashes, location, pedestrian activity, peak hour delay over like a 4-period or a 2-hour period. And they take all that information and they do an analysis to say, would a signal improve the situation here? And that study takes a little bit of time to do. And if it's warranted, meaning yes, so those criteria are met, there's criteria defined of what those numbers should be, and then we warranted, and we would cut a list to be constructed. Is that?
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure the commissioners know that it is not a simple procedure. Request tomorrow, I want a traffic signal. Get a procedure.
And so the commission will, the commission years ago, going back probably almost 30 years ago, we actually had a very large protest out here during a commission demanding a traffic signal. And at the time, we didn't have enough money to build the traffic signal. And it was competing against other elements. And the commission said, you know what, if a location meets warrants for a traffic signal, we want to install it as fast as possible. And so you funded a program amount. And then traffic and safety, when we get the request from local governments, primarily, we'll do the warrant analysis. And then our goal is once we said, yes, it's a good idea, we'll think it. We actually, if you go in our backyard here, you'll see a lot of signal equipment there. And so we actually purchased a whole bunch of signal equipment. And when a contractor did the job, they come and pick it up here because we have it ready, so they don't have to wait and order it themselves. Because a lot of times there's a big delay on steel and other products. And so we have done a lot of things to try to, as soon as it meets warrants, get it up and lit as soon as possible.
Next.
On the rebuild, does that include having to replace some of the electronic stuff as well? Was that a different?
That'd be a different category. We'll talk about that a little bit in the traffic management side.
So this is more of the structure, pole, lights, switching lights up.
So when a signal gets beyond where we can just go out and replace electronics or another component, this group will work with our TMD and just say, we're going to hand this signal off to you for a rebuild.
So Wavetronics is a Utah County company.
Yeah, Springville.
Basically using radar to do detection. Measure how many cars are backed up at an intersection, how long should we leave it green, how long to get the cars to it. And so that's one of the detection systems that we use.
Sound like the longer trucks coming, it knows leave the light green longer stuff. I went down there and got a tour of all this stuff. I was impressed with all that stuff.
A lot of you folks know John Dougal. When John Dougal first entered the legislature, he was working for Wavetronics.
That's a perfect segue, Commissioner, because just as Troy was mentioning, from that traffic and safety elements that are there, then there's a bunch of traffic management elements that fall in this space. And these are all state-funded programs for the most part in the traffic management section. And so Troy has some information to show a little bit about how each of these areas are growing and expanding and the different type of funding needed in order to keep up.
Let me stay on the graph for a second there, Nate. So you'll notice in each one of these groups, there's a little bit additional costs being requested from fiscal year or 2025 to 2026. ITS deployment and replacement traffic signals. I'll talk a little bit more about what each one of these means in just a minute. Freeway ops and our connected and autonomous vehicles. That's the CAV group. Maybe go next one. So the next couple of three graphs I'm going to show you are just wanted to give you a perspective of how many devices we have on our system. And when I talk about devices, I'm talking things like a VMS. VMS is a variable message sign. CCTV is our cameras. It's our cameras. RWIS, road weather information systems, everything we use up to get a good idea what the pavement's doing, weather's doing. And then those are the big components in the ITS side and freeway. On the freeway side of things, we've got traffic monitoring stations. We've got ramp metering, wrong way driving. You guys are familiar with the wrong way driving detection system that we just installed this last year ago. It's been a while now, a little over a year ago. And then a lot of our fiber. So you can see here, back in 2001, we had less than 1,000 units. Today, we're up around 3,000 devices on our statewide, which is about a 7% growth per year. Maybe go to the next one. Our UDOT signals. So this is just the signals that we add to our system. I mentioned how when they get warranted, we put them in. Since 2006, we've increased about 1.7% per year. So we're at about 1,369 old. That number seems good. The next one here is our connected autonomous vehicles. And you see a sharp increase over the last couple of years in the number of devices out there. We're at 2,300 roadside units. And that's basically the device that's on the side of the road that allows us to communicate from our infrastructure to vehicles. And that's something, obviously coming down the road is going to be more and more important because more vehicles be equipped to be able to communicate and understand what's going on if you've got pedestrian crossings or other vehicles maybe running a red light. So our infrastructure is growing at a rather large pace. And SNIP, you may remember that we had a grant not too long ago that's going to help us even shoot that higher. We're working with 4 states, three states, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, to put this network, so to speak, so we're all working together with the same information, infrastructure in place to be able to communicate consistently. So just wanted to kind of set the groundwork of how many devices we keep increasing. I mentioned earlier we have about a 15-year lifespan on those devices, and things go wrong with them if the people that maintain them. Yes.
Do you by chance have the devices for drunk driving and stupid driving?
That'd be great.
It's in your car now.
That's the autonomous vehicles. That's the CAV driver out.
There you go. Okay, IT. So here's kind of just a breakdown from that. Talk about the devices, how many we see an increase, and kind of just a real quick synopsis of what we're asking for. A little bit more on each of those, about a 0.7 in the ITS side of things, and that's basically to cover the you see how every year we're increasing. Some of those are going to be coming offline to be able to replace those older models of different devices that we have, as well as cost of doing that. Inflation has played a little bit on our group. Materials costing more. And so you can see there's an incremental cost to each one of those from the freeway operations group. The freeway operations group, they handle everything from ramp metering to our express lanes. They'll do all the maintenance on those. And oh, lighting, sorry. So traffic management division, they we currently have two individuals that are, their responsibility is the lighting on our state system, statewide. We've spent probably about, like Carlos mentioned, 300,000 a year on that effort, which obviously, you know, two people handling that on a statewide basis, we rely heavily on consultants or contractors to help us with that, and with a limited amount of money. The legislature this last year helped fill in that gap. We're gonna, like mentioned earlier, we're gonna get 6 light technicians and about $2 million ongoing money to help bring those systems, like sure they're operational. I mentioned earlier, like 40% of them weren't working.
Keep the lights there.
Keep the lights running. And they'll also take on that effort of the signalized state route intersections. Lighting. I'm gonna get that I'm gonna come with a better term for that one. That doesn't roll off the tongue very well.
Say it?
Yeah, let's say it twice. Lighting and signalized intersections on state routes. That's better. So, okay. At some point down the road, there may be some, you know, there may be more lights that we add. We may be, address that as something. That number we're gonna be. Get the lights back on.
So the old lights have the energy enough to melt the snow during the winter. Do you have any technology that you use the new system? Do you have any way to get the snow out of the traffic signals on the lights and intersections to melt?
On the actual signal heads themselves, we have what we call heat tape. And we apply those to known signals that have a problem in the past where snow builds up in there. And in fact, when we do a weather report to give out to our snowplow drivers before a major storm, one of the components comes from our weather group, tells them this storm will need the heat tape turned on. They'll turn it up because then they'll tend to look at the wind and where that's coming from. Help give them a good idea of probably a storm that's going to impact that effort. So yes, hope that answers. I'm not sure we've ever showed this group what heat tape is.
We haven't seen it.
Something for a future meeting.
Show and tell.
Yes.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. So, looking at the summary then on the right-hand side, we're halfway through the item, but these next items are pretty.
Before you go,
Yes,
we'd like to recognize and welcome Commissioner Menlove.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be late.
You have a lunch in the back if you want, please. Okay. Welcome. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Commissioner. So glad to have you, Commissioner Menlove. The next items here that we have, just a couple of items about, this is the contingency that ends up in the regions, the planning studies and concept development work. And maybe I'll just have Ben and Tiffany just give a couple of mentions about these particular funds.
Yeah, real quick, the contingency I see there, I know that there've been questions on this in the past. This is not project level contingency. Each one of our projects has that type of, overrun type of funding with each project. This is distributed to the regions for what they call contingency projects. We'll be hearing from each of the region directors in May about their contingency project program. So it's small projects, a lot of partnering with locals or taking care of quick action items. So I think that's, what is that, 1.5 per region has been the recommendation for that contingency. Do you want me to talk about the planning studies area? Do you want planning studies? So this is some funding that goes through our planning area. It's a little bit of a combination of partnering with other agencies on some technical planning assistance type programs. And then also we have some planning studies, corridor studies that we do in different areas in UDOT. And then our concept development funding is money that would be available to develop concepts for projects prior to them having project specific funding. So this is, there's some work that's able to be done to develop cost estimates.
Trying to get you good cost estimates.
Yeah, that's what I think. So it's kind of pre-project pre-official project work that can be done to develop that. So relative to some of the other stuff you've seen, these are smaller dollar amounts, but it's important little parts of our program and recommendations.
Great, thank you. So we're gonna move into the next section. In this next section, you'll notice these are the ones with asterisks, and we talked a little bit about those before, these different funds. And so you'll see in 2028, there's no new recommendations on there. And in 27, the money's kind of grayed out. And I'm just gonna have Ivan give you an update again about why this is and what you can expect in the future.
Just as we've evaluated these programs and received the information from the new Trump administration, some of the concerns on some of these projects are, do we go out that far in the 3 years? So we decided that it would be best to propose that we utilize the funding that's been approved in the years that the bill is still running, IIJA is still running, and then pause any future programming until we get further direction. So that's why you see 2026, that's still money that is part of IIJA. We expect to receive that apportionment in October of this year, but we don't feel comfortable programming beyond that.
That will require that they pass a budget.
Yes, even to use the 2026 values.
Yeah. So I don't know, is that clear for the commissioners? These were new programs. These are programs that perhaps have a flavor that might not be aligned with the current administration. We don't think it would be wise to presume that these might be available in the next bill. Not just choice.
Then we have one other item on this slide, and Ivan's gonna hit that for us.
Last year, we presented to the commission the workforce development program. This is something that Lori Economy and the Learning Division within UDOT has utilized. It is federally funded, and it's a takedown of several different formula programs that became eligible. The eligibility was expanded in IIJA, and so we presented this as a program. We're recommending we also do that again in 2026 for $800,000 for the Learning Division to utilize this amount of money.
Is Lori here?
Great. Okay, so commission, that brings us to the last item on the list here, the Transportation Solutions Fund. And just so you're clear in terms of these recommendations that are there, the available amount of funds that are left for you to allocate are in this category, the Transportation Solutions. And I'll have Ben address just for a minute for you some of the things that this fund's used for. But while you're contemplating the proposed requests and you're thinking about the needs that you hear from those that you communicate with and look at, this makes entirety on that right-hand side, all the funds that were funded last year. And this amount here brings in totality of what this year's available funding would look like for you to program. And so Ben, maybe just want to hit Transportation Solutions real quick.
Minus the capacity program.
Yeah, the TIF, all the TIFs like Shara talked about, those are separate, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute here. But yeah, so Transportation Solutions, it's a little bit of it's more flexible for us. It takes care of some some needs, some transportation, a broad variety of transportation needs. I think somebody mentioned it before, everything from some culvert stuff to if we have turn lanes or something. You'll see a lot more of this in May as the region directors talk about their past transportation solutions projects. It's a very popular category because we can come to the commission with solutions to issues that are out there and get that approval, and the regions do a great job of getting that stuff done. So so it has a little bit of, there's some region ability to spend this funding, and then we also identify some statewide transportation solutions needs as we go forward with the projects phase. So it's a very, very, like I said, very popular and well utilized category.
So we come up with that total basically by first, philosophically for us, it's take care of what you have. You know, do we have enough money to take care of the pavements and the bridges? And that's the exercise you saw us go through earlier on. And this is kind of what's left over type of case.
And the commission asked us a couple of years ago, in this particular category to put some prioritization to the things that this money could be spent on. And again, in May, when you see the list come forth of different project and uses, that prioritization effort will be applied to how to fund these projects, and the commission approves those projects that are funded in that category. And that will all come to you in the May timeframe. But if there's a desire by the commission to change any of the budget numbers that are in the blue or the orange, or you want to discuss further the amount that's in there, we just want to be clear with the commission that that's the range of funding available for you to have that conversation with. Any other questions on that, commission? All right, I'm going to check a box.
Thanks, Nate.
Before Nate leaves though, I would like to highly recommend to the commission, especially the new members, if you want a free high-class education, go to this website and see it for yourself. Put this one as a Sunday study along with your scriptures. This is honestly, it's the best thing you can answer questions for your constituents, your people. Amazing that how much people can ask, what are you not do with this? How much money they spend and where's my money go? Well, let me show you. And it's right there, category, 100% proven. They were proven. So it's
I've appreciated how Carlos has always had the staff go to the website. You know, that's for me, I've been able now to do that. When I have someone, if you have any questions, okay, go to the website, I'll show you where you can find it. So that's really been valuable. You've done that with staff. I know it's kind of a pain for them every time. It's just showing the info, but that's been so helpful for me to know where now how to use that to show other people. Well, thank you.
You'll see us continue to do
Yeah, that's a great process.
And for those of you, or those of people in the state that complaining most about the delays, they're the ones causing it. I mean, I drove to Tooele yesterday, and it took me, of course, 35 miles, took me 2 hours to get there. But there are stupid people on the road. I'm sorry to say that.
This is being broadcast.
This is.
Oh, your filter's going away. I get it.
What are you gonna do, fire me? But it's just that, they're not staying in their lane, they're not patient, they're not having respect to the person just driving 55 miles an hour, the zone's supposed to say. They're doing 90 miles an hour, and when they stop by the highway patrol, they're the one complaining, why did you stop me? And I'm sorry, but those are the ones because of the delay. Those are the ones that need to be educated, and this is the system that we need to educate as a commission. Hey, slow down, enjoy the scenery.
You're not one of those 55 mile an hour
I go by speed limit. When it says a 55 miles, exactly 55.
But geez, 56 and a half.
Thank you, Nate. You've come a long way from one Region 4 director. I raised them when you were this big. Thank you.
Okay,
Ready?
top that.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Good afternoon, I'm Andrea Olson. I'm the planning director here at UDOT. I'm going to be talking pretty quickly about the Transportation Investment Fund and the Transit Transportation Investment Fund. As you probably remember, the planning division is kind of the steward of the capacity project prioritization process. And so I'm going to give you kind of the Cliff Notes version of that process. I'm going to go through at a fairly high level, but as always, I am available. Any member of our team is available to meet with any of you individually if you want to learn more details about this process. But you've also heard it a few times before. So as a reminder, there are 4 different project types that are funded through TIF and TTIF. Active transportation and highway projects are both funded under the TIF program, and then transit and first last mile projects. So those are active transportation projects that directly connect to a transit stop. Those types of projects are funded under the TTIF program. Generally, the projects that get on those lists, the projects that are brought to you for programming come from either phase one of a planning agency's long-range transportation plan. So any of the MPOs or UDOT is responsible for long-range planning in the rural area. All of those plans come together and form the unified plan. And so eligible projects from phase one automatically are included on transit and highway lists. And then the other source of projects is nominations that we open to local governments or transit districts to nominate projects to be considered. So depending on the project type, it's a different combination of those two sources of projects, but that's generally where the projects come from that end up on the lists that you guys see. So this is kind of a summary of how we look at those projects, what kind of data we use to rank and score those projects. You'll see down the left side is those 4 project types I just talked about. And then across the top are the pillars, the quality of life pillars that we use. They're part of UDOT's mission. Good health, strong economy, better mobility, and connected communities. And under each of those pillars, we have criteria on which we kind of measure the different projects that are on the list. So you'll see at the intersection of those, you know, how we look at better mobility for TIP active, for example, is that we look at the potential for a facility to shift modes for people to get out of their car and get on a bicycle or use it for walking. You'll see, I think, there are some common elements across project types. I think safety is a good example of that. We consider safety in all the project types, but how we look at that, how we look at safety is very different, whether it's a highway project or whether it's an active transportation project. So the measures might be similar, but the actual data and metrics or way that we look at it are different depending on the project type. So once we have those eligible projects that I talked about, we run them through models that are, again, summarized here and reflected here. And what comes out of that is ranked and scored project lists for each of those project types. And I just want to reiterate what Carlos said to start out this meeting, is that you guys make a lot of decisions about huge amounts of money. And these lists that we produce for you are intended to be decision support tools. So they're intended to help you make those decisions. You don't have to fund from the top of the list down. You don't have to fund the highest scoring, but they're really intended to help inform your decision making as you program those projects. So we have a ranked list for each of the 4 project types that can all be found at the project prioritization website, which is there. It's also on the commission portion of the UDOT website. But one thing I want to show you today is at your February meeting, you took action to add projects to the transit list and the highway list. And so those are projects that were had been determined by the planning agency to be phase 1 needs. And the commission has the ability to add those projects to the ranked list. And so the commission took action on several of those.
And just sorry, but
Yeah.
you said the term here. So the MPOs, the planning agency, said they were phase 1 needs, but they didn't have enough financial, money in phase 1 to put them in phase 1. So they were most likely in phase 2. I don't know if that's for all of them.
It's mostly the case, but not always. Yeah. So we basically couldn't afford them in phase 1 because we fiscally constrain ourselves. And so they have been determined to be phase 1 needs, but we couldn't fit them in, the budget that we operate by. And so again, the commission has the ability to take action to add those types of projects to the list of projects to be ranked. So I want to show you those right now. Let's see. So this is the new ranked transit list. Yep. Thank you.
Can you do it one more time?
Yeah.
So Andrew, are you gonna explain to us the color coding?
Yep, I sure am. So projects that are highlighted in green are projects that you all have programmed at least some funding towards in the past. They may not be completely funded, but some funding, some TTIP funds have been programmed towards those projects. Projects in purple are the new projects since the last meeting. So since the February meeting, our team, once you approved adding them, our team went in and ran through those, the models that we use. And then, you know, you can see how they score relative to the other projects on the list. One thing I want to point out is I believe the only transit projects that were added by the commission were 3 projects related to the Orange Line Transit in downtown Salt Lake City. These actually only show up as one project on the ranked list because those 3 projects, we try to reflect projects on the list the way that they would be constructed. And those 3 projects kind of all went together and they would all be done together. So we combined them for modeling purposes. And so that's why they only show up as one on the list. Other projects that show up in purple here were amended into phase 1 by either the MPOs or UDOT. And so again, if they're eligible and they're in phase 1 of a fiscally constrained plan, they're automatically included on this list. So you didn't take action on those, but they are new projects on the list. So here's the highway. And the color coding is the same. Purple projects are those that were either added by amendment or added by commission action in February.
Can I get a copy of this? It's on this website.
Yes.
Yep. We'll show you how to start from the UDOT webpage and how to find this.
So again, yeah, back to, if you go to projectprioritization.udot.utah.gov, that's kind of the entryway to the whole prioritization site. There's a lot of information there. And then at the top, one of the top menus is ranked lists.
And I think the easiest way is just going to the commission page.
Yeah.
Why don't you start? Yeah, do that from the start.
Can you share
Typing
that?
for an audience.
UDOT.utah.gov.
Can you share that tab, Andrew?
Oh, yeah.
Go to the bottom left.
Bookmark it on your computer.
Gotta give you a minute back.
So Transportation Commission under the, what's this banner, policy and funding. And then if you click on this, the capacity project prioritization and rank list, it will take you to kind of the landing page. And then those ranked lists that I just showed you are under this at the top. And so each one has its own icon. We also keep the ranked list for the Utah Trail Network. So that's ATIF funding. So I'm not talking about that specifically, but those 4 project types that I talked about are all here.
One more question, Andrea.
Yeah.
So for those projects that you have already highlighted in the list, if the community is not ready, do you drop them from the list or you go to the next phase, or what do you do with them?
It depends on if it's on the highway list, make sure I'm sharing. If it's from the highway list, we typically, you know, it's really the regions that we work with to make sure they're ready to proceed with something like that. If it's from the transit list, we absolutely work with the transit districts to make sure, because there's a lot of transit projects on there that are on there by virtue of being phase 1 projects. And that a transit district may not necessarily be ready to, move ahead with that quickly. And so
they have to match, they have a match component, and they have to be able to demonstrate they can own and operate it.
Yes.
And maintain it.
Yeah. So we have all those conversations. They're more in detail conversations with transit districts.
So you get the next project, eligible project, bring it up.
Yeah. So we will, and like for TIF active, so TIF active transportation projects, most of those are nomination based, and we will work with the community to make sure that they are ready, that they, like Carlos said, that they have the match funding. And we're kind of tightening in our conversations about that and our requirements of that, because we want to make sure that they really are ready to go. So, but yeah, we work very closely with those nominating entities.
Since we do have a lot of projects that you guys have funded on that TIF active, the last one, they really haven't been moving. A lot of them have not been moving. And so we're gonna start to apply. Exactly. And again, like Andrea said, you can see there's scores over there, which is, all of that criteria with the quantitative measurements. And the commission does not have to go 1, 2, 3, 4 down the list. The statute requirement is if you're going to pick something not in the order, you need to state the reason why in a public meeting. And a few times we'll recommend something out of order, and we try to provide that, past the red face test justification. And you have to think, but it has to ultimately be something you're comfortable with.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Andrew. So Ben, what would you recommend? Would you have the commissioners take a look at those ranks lists prior to May?
Yeah, they'll be available, and we'll talk about some recommendations
in May.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say we've, the last couple meetings, we have asked for nominations, and some of them are on there by virtue of amendment, like Andrea said, so I don't know if there's a lot of reviewing, but yeah, in programming, that's what we would talk about.
We'll be talking about projects that are on the list.
Okay, I'm Sherry Hilliard, Finance Director. We're going to talk about the TIF funds that Andrea just touched on. So we're going to start with the Transportation Investment Fund. This is the biggest piece of our pie, about 50% of our overall ongoing funding. The revenue that comes in to this fund is sales tax, and new this year, as they've explained earlier, we used to have a total of 20.68% of sales tax coming in, dedicated sales tax coming into TIF. The legislature upped that to 27.68, so they increased it by 7%. And that was essentially the offset because they took away a $330 million general fund appropriation going into this fund. So this is helpful for us because it just solidifies that dedicated amount of sales tax coming in to TIF. We also received some registration, portion of registrations, and then new, again, that Leif described was that special group license plate for the black license plate. In 26, they're just giving us a really small amount of that. But after 26, we will get the full $23. So it'll be somewhere in the realm of $3.5 to $7 million, depending on how black license plates keep going. And then we also receive a transfer of gas tax from the transportation fund. There used to be two pieces of gas tax that came through with 1.8 cents a gallon for all gallons sold. And that was removed for 26. So we no longer get, that stays in the transportation fund, which is helpful. But the portion that comes into TIF now is it's the 35% of growth of gas tax over 29.4 cents per gallon. So all in all, it's about $45 million. So about 1.4 billion of revenue coming into TIF annually. And then this is how the expenditures break out. We are still making some bond payments on some past bonds. Those are decreasing every year as bonds get paid off, I think through 2035. Although there was new bonding authorized into TIF, but that's not being paid back by TIF. But anyways, there are bond payments, and then there's about $1 billion available for program projects. And then the rest of those lines are transfers that get transferred back out to our other funds. And this is by legislative direction. So our CC-TIF, our Cottonwood Canyons TIF, gets an annual amount, about 0.44% of sales tax. T-TIF gets that growth of gas tax that we talked about, that 35% of growth. That goes out to T-TIF. That's sales tax. It's the equivalent of gas tax, but it's a sales tax amount that goes back out to T-TIF. The commuter rail account, which was new last year, that gets 1% of the sales tax we receive into TIF. And then the active transportation investment fund, ATIF, gets a cap of 45 million. And then new this year, and Leif also explained this, is a $20 million transfer into the Martin Del Rey Corridor Preservation. So that will start getting 20 million in 2026. But the largest proportion of this fund is obviously goes to projects that are programmed by the commission. Okay, moving to the Transit Transportation Investment Fund. So our TTIF fund, that's a much smaller portion of our pot. The revenue on the left side, so that's where it gets a portion of sales tax transferred from TIF. And we're combining this with our commuter rail because they're kind of a similar purpose, so that between the sales tax coming into TIF and the sales tax coming to commuter rail, there's also a little bit of money that comes from a rail restricted account. So about 106 million coming in. And then again, the majority of is it for transit projects and commuter rail projects. There's a little bit that goes for rail crossing safety grants. And then there's about a little over $3 million that gets transferred back to the transportation fund to fund the transit group of employees at UDOT. So basically all of the TIF funds are just back and forth, going everywhere. It all gets to the right place. The next one is the CC-TIF. This is a really small pot of funding overall for us. This is a Cottonwood Canyons Transportation Investment Fund. This is funded from the sales tax transfer from TIF that we talked about. And the majority is available for projects. There is a small amount that gets transferred back to the transportation fund. And this fund is a little bit different in that it requires legislative direction to spend funding money out of this fund. So we don't use it like we do the other funds. And then the last TIF is our Active Transportation Investment Fund, our ATIF fund. This also gets the sales tax, the capped $45 million of sales tax from TIF. And we use it for projects other than just under $1 million gets transferred back to the transportation fund to fund our trails group. Turn it over.
Question before you go.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So we talked of revenue from fuel tax. Where is the revenue for the road charge and the EVs? Where did you put that money?
So that goes into our road usage charge account, which we don't have in this presentation, but it's a portion of it goes in the transportation fund and then a portion goes into the road usage charge program that's accumulating so that it can administer that program.
There was on the slide that she showed the EV sales tax though, and it goes into the transportation fund, and she had that on one of the slides earlier today. Okay. If you go back and look in there, you'll go see that one show up there.
Yeah. That's right now a couple 100,000 going into the transportation fund for that, but that'll grow as well. Any other questions?
Thank you, Sharon.
Hopefully this slide looks familiar with one of the first slides several hours ago, but any questions on where we're headed for next month's meeting or program level funding as we close up kind of the first part of our programming agenda today?
So if we summarize, what are the things we're going to be looking for in May?
So in May, we're going to be looking for approvals for the program. These are our suggestions, right, based off of how well the assets are doing and different, programs that we have for federal and state dollars. So we'll be looking for that those look good, and then we will have lists of projects based off of these, but we're assuming these are, these order of magnitude appropriate funding levels for the programs, and then in May, the regions and the different groups will come with specific projects that equal up to these program levels that fit those requirements to keep, like Carlos said, the lights on, the things we already have going, and then any capacity projects that we have as well. And so those will be recommendations in May, and then in June, we'll be looking again for a thumbs up, that looks good, those are the projects we want to go forward with. We'll open it up for public comment, and then again, we'll ask our federal partners for approval as well, so that we can then go to work and work on those projects throughout the coming years.
It's important, even though most of our program is state money, it still needs to be by federal law part of the STIP. And the STIP has to conform to what's called the SIP, the State Improvement Program, which is making sure that all of these projects conform to the plan the state has to meet the Clean Air Act. They're all connected together. So we have to, essentially every project is making sure that we're building and meeting the Clean Air Act and, the requirements. And that's why every project has to be part of this step.
So for the commission, are these all set in the stone or just the living documents can be changed between now and the May?
The program levels are definitely open for discussion. If there's adjustments that we'd like to make, then certainly let's have those conversations, and then the regions can help us kind of adjust, because when one thing pushes, the other thing needs to pull, right? At least the bottom line is still the bottom line. We have some flexibility in the programs, but overall, we need to work on what those project adjustments would be then as well.
So the regions working with Tiffany's area are going to build the projects to fit within these program amounts. If the commission, say either between now and May or in the May meeting, said, you know what, I want to move money from pavement to bridge, then we would have to then take the projects that were prepared and reduce the pavement projects to increase the bridge projects. And we could do that. That's all within your purview.
I just want to make sure that the commissioner knows that, so they can do on the study, whatever you want to do, talk to your region directors. Our commission is the same. You can talk to your region directors, and any region that you think, that you feel that you need to have an input, please do that before May or even May.
Or any of the group leaders, Nate knows this well. Ben's group, anyone around this table here can help the commissioners in that conversation.
And the most current list will always be going to the website.
Okay. Speaking of the website, this whole presentation, that big where it said capacity, where Andrea showed you where it says capacity project, you just scroll down just a little bit. This whole presentation is right there.
Okay.
So if you want to refer to that, that's what it's at.
And if you have any questions why we wanted to kind of step through the different asset owners, we've come up with these program amounts based off of what we see as far as those assets, wearing out or needing some love, so to speak, moving forward. So again, if you want some program adjustments, we need to kind of look at what those assets look like in the future. Any other questions on the Part B?
Commission, just remember that we get paid highly during the March and May. Those are two high paying months. So if you want to have input, you get your pay. These 2 months pay attention.
Applications, so now we're going to be queuing for no money.
I don't know.
Who's going first? Who's the grade one?
Good with programming workshop?
Yeah.
I say yes, but I'm not start.
All right, well, I think we'll transition now to the B portion or staff update. And the first item with that is Carmen talking about cost estimating.
Let's go to the second slide. I only have 2 slides, so I'm not gonna take too much of your time. Again, Carmen Swanwick, the Project Development Director, and you know, as we go through projects, there's always a lot of questions on costs. And, you know, why do we come back to the commission and change costs on projects and really, you know, like, what are we doing and why is this happening? So the first part of the presentation just kind of go through some of our cost estimating processes. So we really start with the planning and concept development. And so when we're looking at projects, and so we perform a really high level estimate at that point. And a lot of times it's really, these projects are developed even prior to any funding being available. We look at the initial scope, it's not fully defined. And the high level costs we're looking at are really like a cost per mile. We look at past projects, you know, square foot of bridge cost. So, and then where inflation would be. So it's a really high, big costs evaluation in that plan.
These are done by the planning organizations, the MPOs.
Yes, and so we're working with our partners on those, and so it really kind of starts big. And then we move kind of into an environmental phase. And, you know, the whole part of this process is we're really trying to get to a point where we're really going to define the cost of that project. It's the whole goal of this process. So then we start an environmental phase of the project. We look at the environmental needs assessment. We start looking at right-of-way impacts. We start getting more rough quantities are developed. You know, different alignments when it comes to roadway, different bridge designs. It also goes into evaluating environmental resources. So at that point, we start looking at major items and estimating those costs. Really looking at our historical data and what we have historically. And then a lot of times at this stage, you know, all the minor elements, we really like look at, here's a % of where we think the project's going to be. And then moving into scoping. So really, we're starting to really hone in on what the scope of this project's going to be. So at this point, we're more looking at the existing right-of-ways determined. We start developing the right-of-way documents and really defining what those project needs are. Safety, design, drainage, structures. We start really incorporating all the disciplines together. We start to hold risk workshops, and then we get more refined into the major and minor elements and costs. A lot of times we're still really looking at historical data at this point. And then we start to move into design, and we call the initial design development, we call it a plan in hand. A lot of people refer to that as, say, like a 30% plan set. Just want to point out 30% in roadway does not mean 30% in bridge. So all other elements.
So the name plan in hand is, you know, historically we get to this point, we print the plans and we put them in our hands and we go walk out on the grade and, oh, I didn't know there was that there or this here. And so you're walking up and down the project with the plans in your hand. That's where the name came.
So at this point, you know, we're really defined, you know, the project's really laid out. We're performing constructability reviews. We're updating our quantities and estimates. We're getting into some production-based analysis on costs. We're looking at market conditions more. So it's really, this whole process, again, is we're refining scope and costs to get to the true project at the end. So then we're still in design and we move to plan specifications and estimates. And this is really where that final package is designed that we're going to go to construction with. Hopefully all our right-of-way appraisals are in place. We've defined utilities. We have really known quantities on this project. What we call here is an estimate. It's the engineer's estimate. And again, that is based on historical data costs that we have for those particular items that are in that design. But what we also add in this production-based labor and materials, estimating at this time too. And we want to equate those two to see like if we're in the ballpark. Once that's all finalized, we move into the advertising and bidding process. So this is where it goes into our bidding system and where the contractors can access the design and bid on the project. And so what went into what the advertising package is what was in that engineer's estimate. So at this point, contractors bid on the project, it's awarded, and then we kind of move into the getting to construction is complete. There are always changes in construction because we can never foresee everything that could happen on a construction project. There could be utilities weren't where they were supposed to be. There could be different geotechnical site conditions. And so changes to costs happen in construction as well. And so those are our change orders. And so once the whole project's complete, we go to project closeout. This is where all the right-of-way purchases are complete, audits are performed. We've coordinated with the contractor, and this is where you actually know what that project cost you in the end. So we go from the big picture and then down to the final costs.
Well, Carmen, the time frame between construction complete and closeout can be quite lengthy.
It could be lengthy depending on what's happening on the site or if there's change orders that are open. So we do spend a lot of time in that construction phase working with the contractor, and we negotiate price at that time depending on really what's happened specifically in that project.
Some of our eminent domain issues could be dragging out quite a bit.
And so, I mean, this kind of gives you a really idea of like the estimating process. And so, we're like, why did this project come back? Well, in fact, because of many of these reasons I discussed, utilities, even local agency coordination and, alignment with our partners, weather impacts and delays, site conditions. So there can always be changes in projects, whether it's scope or just the price of material and labor. And so part of our process is just managing those risks through the project. I don't know if anybody has any questions on, I just wanted to frame a whole, there are reasons that we come back and adjust scope and we adjust costs on projects.
I mean, just an example, Rob, you just released some alternatives, some screening up in Hebron. When we started that environmental document, we were not thinking it would be where it is today, correct? What changed?
In the course of the study, the socioeconomic or the population and employment data changed significantly. So we had to step back and reevaluate what impact that would have on the alternatives.
And so a lot of alternatives didn't work anymore. They didn't meet the purpose and need. And the alternatives that are left now are certainly quite a bit more expensive than what we anticipated.
Any questions? No. Okay, I have one more slide. Yes.
You talked about the change orders. Do you have a limit on those change orders? How many they can as a contractor, how many we can, or is that?
I wish. No.
Oh, thank you. I think this is important because you talk to contractors and they will bid the owner. A lot of times contractors will bid our actual resident engineer who's going to be assigned to the project. But they want, our goal is to be fair to the contractor. It doesn't do any good to try to, if they bid straight up and something changed, we're going to always, our goal is to be fair to the contractor. And what that does is if they know we're going to be fair, they're not going to bid in extra risk. So we'll get lower prices. And so that's just our philosophy that we've had here in Utah for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, and we work really well with our contractors in the industry. have to be reasonable and fair. I mean, every project through the design bid build or even our alternative delivery, we're probably average 3 to 4 bidders per project. And many states have one all the time. So we are in a good environment here.
I think the other part that we do very well is when we do settle, we write the check.
Oh, yeah, we pay
They're
our,
not waiting for their money. They know that once they complete it, it's done, and a check's gonna be coming in. And that adds to this. I think it keeps cost overruns down and motivates them to get it done as quickly as possible.
and most our contractors know that they're not in it for the single project. You know, we're in this together for the long run. And, you know, you can go in and, you know, if you're a contractor and you're trying to really stick it to the owner, that's successful maybe once, but not ongoing. And so that relationship, we partner with our contractors. So we try to resolve issues as quick as possible at the lowest level possible on the project. And we encourage our people to try to, you know, be fair. When I started, my job, they'd stick you out in the field and it was almost like your job was to take scalps. How many gotchas on the contractor did you get? And that was kind of the measure we were, you know, held to when I was trained. And that creates this type of, you know, relationship on a project. And it is horrible. It's a horrible way to work. So we have a very conscious approach toward wanting to be good partners. And we believe that pays off in them not having a bit of extra risk in and wanting to work here and work for us, because we're demanding. You know, it's a lot easier for a contractor to work for a developer. A lot easier. We have tough specifications. We have people watching to make sure we're getting what we ask for.
Okay. So this is a chart that I show every year. It's the UDOT construction cost index and the fuel tax revenue. This is something when I discuss market conditions and looking at it. This is a graph. The department develops a composite construction cost index, and it's based on historical bids. And not every state does this. A lot of them just rely on the national information that's available. But we actually do this. And we take our historical bid data, and it's based on roadway excavation, asphalt, Portland cement concrete, reinforcing steel, and structural concrete are the bid items that go into developing this construction cost index. And then we've been tracking it over time. I mean, obviously up from 2005, we've been tracking this. And, you know, what goes into that is it's a Monte Carlo simulations and all sorts of stuff and gathering all of these and weighing them together. It's important to note too that within that bid item that that bid price really consists of probably 35% of the material, 25% equipment, and then 40% labor. And that's how they bid that item. And that's what gives us that cost, the historical cost of that bid item. So that's how this all comes together. And as you can see, we had that big spike of COVID in about 2019 and 2020. We're starting to see it level out. So a few years ago, we were looking at inflation, and that's, you can see the average projections. Those are inflation numbers that we're projecting. Prices went really high, 12, 15% in some areas. That inflation, we've started to level out. And right now we're kind of projecting more of that steady 4 to 6 over the next few years is really what we're seeing, or we think we're going to see. And again, they're just projections. And so every year we reevaluate that. With that also, you know, with Shares Group and tracking the fuel tax revenue that comes in, you can see that line is way below where our project costs are. So it's just nice to see that, you know, our projects are costing more than that fuel tax revenue that's coming into the department. So we just like to see where we're at in comparison of these two numbers. And I'm happy to take questions if you have any. But this really helps us understand where we are with cost too and the market conditions happening.
So we're kind of getting back to normal. We're programmed out, then in the TIF side, we're out to 2030. And we had, I can't remember, it was about $9 billion of project commitment in this program. Big number.
Big number.
And when we laid out those projects in the out years, you know, we had built in 5% a year. And then when we saw that 16, 12%, then 8% increase, that takes a really big number of projects and, you know, the delta between the 5% and the, say, 12 or 15%, that's a big difference. And that's the part that we're still kind of catching up on. So as you see us come back for projects, it's okay now. We've narrowed in, got close, got ready to advertise this. We've finished the environmental. But we now have to deal with what inflation has done for the project. So
You are off, Carlos. It's 9.2.
sorry. I'm slipping. Nice to have a checker.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen.
All right, so this is a commission rule. This month, it's for review, feedback, comments, consideration, and with the idea of bringing it back in May for your approval. You can see by the name there, County of the First Class Infrastructure Bank. This is the, I'm going to call it the county bank for short. We talked a little bit about this. The reason why we're doing this rule now is this. There was a piece of legislation in 2024 legislative session that created this bank, but the bank was not funded. And so we held off on the rule. I wasn't, you know, you never know if it's going to stick around or what's going to happen. So we kind of held off on the rule. But as we mentioned previously, this is funded by one of Salt Lake County's local option transportation taxes. They implemented, voted to implement that in February, and that will be imposed on July 1, 2025. So we want to have the rule ready for that time. And so again, it's the county bank, and this county bank is very similar to the state infrastructure bank, which is available to all the local entities in the state to apply to. I think we have something later on the agenda here with regards to the state infrastructure bank, an application for a loan. So this rule, or let me start with the statute. The statute is almost identical to the state infrastructure bank, and therefore our rule can be almost identical to that, and that is the case here. So I'll just share, this is the fact sheet, some of the components just to remind you, and most of these I think apply to the state infrastructure bank, which you're going to talk about here shortly. Okay, so the rule includes eligible public entities can apply for loans and assistance using an application form. It specifies that it's a form that the department comes up with, and we have that on our website. The applications must clearly indicate whether they are for loans or assistance. Of course, that matters. The loans are paid back, while the assistance probably isn't. So that's important. Loans must bear interest at or above market rates determined by adding 0.5% to the state's AAA municipal general obligation bond rate. That's important because although this particular bank, we don't know, but it may never take applications. However, we know by statute, there's at least 2 loans that will be given out of this bank. And so the rule establishes the interest rate for those loans that are legislated, okay? The repayment must start by the project's completion date with interest accruing during the construction period. The maximum repayment period is 20 years. And then if a loan is not executed within 180 days post-approval, the application expires unless the extension is granted, which the extension is also 180 days. Now, with regards to applications and prioritization of loans and assistance, it does provide some information on that. And it's the commission who ultimately votes on whether to give a loan. And, you know, if there's multiple loans and there's only so much in the bank, then you may have to decide, okay, we're going to do this one rather than this one. In statute, for this bank as well as the state infrastructure bank, it gives you the criteria by which the criteria you should consider when prioritizing loans. Okay, so, and it also says in the statute that the commission has discretion to approve requests out of order for justified reasons during public meetings. So you just have to kind of state during the meeting, this is why we're going this direction. Even though we received this loan first, we're going to do this one instead. So the fund must be used for statutorily specified projects first. So for the SIB, the State Infrastructure Bank, there really aren't any legislated projects coming out of that fund at this time. For this one, there's several. And so just to give you a kind of a feel for that, about 30 to $35 million will be generated by this Salt Lake County tax. And that will go into the county bank for 3 years. And so that's, you know, roughly $105 million. The statute currently has $74.5 million in projects legislated there. So that has to be paid out first. So for the first 2+ years, they're really, you're not going to be able to fund any applications. So probably won't take applications until later on. It's always possible the legislature could come back and legislate additional projects for this fund. So we don't know if we'll ever take applications. However, we do know that at least 2 of the projects, $25 million worth that are legislated, are loans. So the rule is still needed for the interest rates and the payback and those kind of things. So that's really what I have. So this, we do have a copy of the rule here. And again, it is actually pretty short. It's just the 1 page. That's nice, huh? And again, it is very similar to what we already have with the State Infrastructure Bank rule. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have. Yes, Chair.
So most of the federal and state applications that you see, it is loan or grant. Why are you using the word assistance here? And the next question will be, why using, you didn't use the exact 20 years or 15 years or 30 years. So you just say approximately or whatever the word you use. And why are you not using the exact number of 20 years?
I thought it said 20.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
I say roughly 20 years because you give the loan and then they don't have to pay the loan until the project's complete unless they agree to do otherwise. And so you have that potentially 20 years to pay it back, but you also have that period where the loan's gaining interest and they're working on the project. So that's why I said roughly.
So you're amortizing for 20 years anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so go back to the first question. Why are you using assistant, not grant?
I appreciate that question, and I wondered myself why they didn't, in the new legislation this year, follow the language that they used last year. They say assistance last year, and this year they say grant. And really, those two things I think we're going to treat them the same. Grants and assistance aren't paid back. Loans are. So they function as the same, and maybe in my presentation, I should have just used the same word. You get kind of stuck on these things sometimes. You want to use their words, but yes, the bank language originally said assistance for the alternative to the loan, but then this year it says grants, and it's kind of weird, but they're the same thing.
Well, in my mind, assistant one, my assistant help us with my homework. That's assistant that she gives me, but when I'm borrowing money from the bank, or portion of it is gonna be grant.
Yeah.
They just simply as though you want to borrow as a loan, this is a payment.
Yeah.
And if you want grant, of course, we do the same thing with CIB and several other agencies.
Would you prefer that it be changed to grant?
I'd love to see it grant because I've never seen assistance in any of my applications.
Well, yeah, and again, just the statutory language that creates the bank uses assistance, but we can do what we want in the rules. So if that's the feedback, we can change it to grant.
Well, the commission is.
Well, I have a concern if you're changing it on your rule.
Yeah.
It should be synonymous with the legislation, which is the
that's where-
difference between two legislative analysts. You lived there.
Yeah.
You know, there's 25 of you working out there, and if a person
Yeah.
puts assistant and it passes with assistance, you better call it assistant.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we have two pieces of legislation with this bank. One says grant, one says assistance. So,
So I'd be really careful in changing it. If it's the way it's the codified bill, that's where I would put in your rule.
and maybe what we could do, let me scroll down to the rule. I appreciate this feedback. I love when you guys are thinking about the rules. And
He does truly love
I
it.
do
He
this
does
a lot.
really love this.
And so when you guys care, this is like, all right, these guys are.
This poor family's gonna have to listen to him talk about how much you care about.
So we can actually go in here and maybe make a definition and say to the effect that
In this rule.
we can say, define the term grant and say that grant means assistant as used in the code, or grant as used in this other part of the code. And I think that's actually might not be a bad idea. So I appreciate the thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, but I just don't want to get off the legislative.
Yeah, and that's the point. And that's why I try to use their word, and why you guys are now confused because I use their words because they use different words in different places, and so maybe we can do that as a body. The commission can kind of make that interpretation that hey, assistance and grants are the same thing. So love it. Any other questions? No, apologize.
Question? So this is for salt.
You don't live in a county of the first class. Is that?
No, but I guess this opens that each county would have their own banks. Is that what we're saying?
No.
Because this money can't leave.
This was specific to county in the first place. This money can't leave Solon County.
And
That's the only one.
that's the only one. Yeah.
And it's interesting because there are other counties that would have qualified as a county of first class, and there's quite the battle. They changed the numbers so that they don't have to become a county of the first class. Utah County should have been a county of the first class.
I guess I just don't understand that county of the first class. But I don't, so that's okay.
Just for county.
You know,
Severe's pretty first class. No, I just wanted to make sure if there was others. Okay, it's all population. Okay, thank you very much for that.
It's kind of like when you're playing, never mind, I'll forget it. was gonna make a pinochle analogy and not a lot of people play pinochle.
You are an old part.
It's kind of like charging your block.
Well, thank you.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Oh, you didn't think you'd enjoy it this much.
He's so happy now. Look at him.
Our next item, should say, is talking more about the infrastructure bank, both the county of first class and then the state infrastructure bank. There's an application that you'll see tomorrow proposed to the commission. And what I wanted to do first is under the Utah, let me share this, under the UDOT web page, to see the information about the infrastructure bank, you can search either infrastructure bank or state infrastructure bank, and it's going to pull up the web page on UDOT's site. And under this, it shows the state infrastructure bank and then the county of the first class infrastructure bank. Kind of just touching base on what Leif was talking about. So here is our, as it currently sits, the estimated revenue, and then the that makes me happy, not as happy as Leif, but
Now you have to prove yourself.
I think this is one of those high five myself, no friends moments. You know, just to say.
Let's have a rule for that.
So no, Google doesn't live by anyone's rules.
What happens when he's on vacation?
It's underwater.
Okay. We'll come back to this in just a moment. But under the infrastructure bank, so this is the infrastructure bank that you've seen in the past with applications. If I come to this one, hey, there we go. This is the state infrastructure bank. It's showing us what was capitalized, the amount of interest, what loans that we have. You'll notice that this currently has a $20 million balance in the state infrastructure bank. Oh, there you go. And when we come down here on these two applications pending in February, we have the Provo City application for $14.5 million that was approved. That final agreement is being worked on with Provo City, so it's still showing as pending, even though it's approved. So it's decreasing the $14.5 million. The next item that we're presenting tomorrow to the Transportation Commission, the request is from Saratoga Springs. Their original request showed $11 million as the request. However, if we take this balance out, well, I can't, sorry, Tessie's logged in rather than me. That's $6 million. We have $6,212,000 in the state infrastructure bank. And so in talking with Saratoga Springs saying we can't supply an $11 million loan, all we can supply right now is a $6.2 million loan. If you, down here, there's additional tabs on this spreadsheet. And if you look at the scheduled loan payments, it just shows a tracking of what's coming in and when. So right now, if the commission was to approve the application for $6.2 million, that would leave us with $12,000 left in the bank. If I look at the scheduled loan payments, you know, here we are on the 27th. Elwood City has a bill due soon, and if we were to just come down through, you're able to see what payments do we have through the rest of the state fiscal year. So you're able to see what some of that incoming cash flow would, or the repayments of loans would be, right? So just to give you an idea of what money is coming in on the system or into the state infrastructure.
4.4.
Yes, what we've got about $4.4 million coming in before the end of the state fiscal year.
But they would like to get 6.2 to start their project because they're anxious to do that, right?
And we have the 6.2 available today. We just don't have the full $11 million that was originally requested on their application. So one thing we do have some.
You're twitching. He's twitching. We do have
a representative, a couple of representatives from Saratoga Springs will be available tomorrow as part of this, the presentation. This is something that they do have that they sent to us just to start the discussion, showing as part of the, if you've looked at the materials for tomorrow, Saratoga Springs has identified their priorities. Thank you, Grant. They've identified their priorities, and one of them is a $6 million loan or $6 million roadway project that they would love to take that $6.2 million and start now rather than waiting for revenues to come in. But they'll be able to go through and discuss more with you about their project.
Okay, well, I talked about this at length in our last meeting. When Provo was before us with an appropriation for 11 million, was it? Or 14.5 million dollars.
Yeah, to do the concrete.
And I agreed there that this is ludicrous, what we're doing. We're marching down a street that we shouldn't be marching down. And I had to convince myself against my better judgment to vote for that because they had done all that research. Now we have Saratoga Springs coming, asking us for, oh, we need how many million? 11 million? But we've only got 6. Okay, we'll take your 6. But then everything that we bring in for the next fiscal year, they're going to need that too. I talked about when you start to queue applications. Well, now we're queuing applications. This is the first one, and we'll continue to queue these applications. We can't do this. This is something, I mean, I'll vote against it. This is something we can't do unless we capitalize this or put more money into it or get the legislature to do something about an infrastructure, James, and I should be talking about this. Carlos and I were just talking about it in the 90s where I probably introduced this idea. But anyway, I think you can't queue applications. That just, to me, that's ludicrous as a commissioner. I can't bind other commissioners to say, oh, well, I'm going to give you this money, but then for the next fiscal year, and then the next fiscal year, and then the next fiscal year, regardless of what projects might be out there that are valuable and maybe much more needed. But I'm gonna now say we're going to do 6, and then we're going to do next fiscal years, and then we're going to do next fiscal year. Fix it. Let's say no.
And then what's our goal? Is to sit on the money or to build the projects?
Well, we just building the project to Provo, but now we're only a third build or a half building a project, and then pretty soon we'll have it committed for this fiscal year, and then the next. Let's capitalize the project. Let's fund the project.
Well, that's not our road, so
Well,
we can't fund it.
Well,
So let's do Kevin and then.
Yeah, I don't think, we're not committing what's coming in. We're just funding $6 billion.
What we have, what we have.
And it might not be the whole, but it looks to me like they have several projects. So they're just staging projects just as we do here.
But if you pay that 4 or 6, you pay that 6, are they expecting us to give them the next 4?
No, we've been very clear with them that this is the money that we have, and they can come back and do a new proposal for additional money if
We'll be
they.
competing with whatever else is
If
in.
if anything else comes in that time period, we run through the
That's
commission.
stipulated in the agreement of what we're doing?
We're only contemplating the 6.2.
Well, obvious, because we're zero money now.
Yeah, but anything that would come in after that for any kind of future money would go through the process that has a commission prioritization, so it would be scored. So if there was 4 applications that came in for the 4.4 that's gonna come back in, then we would present them to the commission with the scoring, and then you would determine, you know, which, if any, you would like to fund. So it's not there's no
Okay,
promises.
That makes more sense, because when we discussed this last month, we talked about the fact that we would give the $11 million. But then we wouldn't have enough to do another project that came back that went above the $6 million. So now they're willing to take the 6. Will they come back with another project? Because we deem this pretty important to give them 6. Or are they going to come back with another project that says we need
5, 6 more.
They come back,
They
they
could.
come back, but
Yeah,
then they
but
would.
they would go through the application process and we would,
Okay,
we would evaluate it and present it to the commission, given the, I mean, yeah, Ivan's got the instructions and guide and we got the prioritization framework, so it would be scored and.
So it's not our obligation to capitalize this fund. Whose obligation is to make sure there's an infrastructure bank that's got money enough to cover these things?
I mean, we have what we have with the capitalization and
We've never asked for it as far as part of a governor's budget. The reason this fund exists is it was part of, I think it was T21, federal authorizing bill in the 90s. And we use this as in fact, we used part of the increase in T21 for the I-15 reconstruction project, and we basically used it to now get back state money. So we washed federal money in through that bank at the time. But it was just considered a financing tool during the original I-15 project. There's never been a legislative priority that this is something we want to make sure is capitalized.
This is one of those
This
gifts
is always
that keeps on giving.
This has always been one of these things that just happens to be there, and it's helpful for local governments to, for us, a lot of these started as very small things. Oh, we're going to do a paving job on Logan Main Street, and the city wants to replace their water line. Well, we'd like them to do that before we pave the job. And that's what a lot of these have been used.
How many outstanding loans?
Well, I don't argue the fact that I'm pretty new to this board, but I do argue the fact that when we start queuing projects, that scares me half to death.
Oh, I would guarantee you, the reason we're starting to see more now is because, interest rates have gone up.
Yeah.
And, money's more expensive.
Is that?
But I think the availability in this fund is actually what's queuing everything. There's a lot more need out there by local governments for this access to this type of funding.
It looks like total capitalization is 109 million. Did I read that right?
Yep.
80, but plus the interest that we receive.
Oh, okay. So 90-ish million is the total capitalization there that's being repaid over time.
Yeah, I mean, there's never been an intent, there's need out there, let's capitalize the bank by the legislature. The capitalization has been driven by the legislature wanting specific projects. And they would capitalize the bank, and then they would dictate what projects would be used with. That repayment now is what we have.
Typically local projects, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what kind of interest we get on our money?
So we take as part of the code that was issued, we take that, the government, the general obligation
No,
bond
the
rate.
money that's sitting here for our balance. When you say that the interest.
How much is the treasurer making off of this?
I-
The state treasurer, he doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
Sorry.
just trying to compare to see, it's better to loan it to the people. They get
I mean,
3.5.
the loan that will,
Actively manage it.
the application tomorrow that we presented is 3.97% interest. So we loaned the per code, the go bond, the general obligation rate at the date of the application that we received, and then we add 0.5% on top of that. That's the interest rate that is used.
So if we approve this project tomorrow, we're out of money. Until the next fiscal year when people make their payment.
You'll have money before your next commission meeting, you'll have $4 million.
And then by the end of the year, there'll be another 4.8 million that's scheduled to be paid at the end of the calendar, the
2028.
Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't run my budget like this, but you do what you want to do here, but we're committing money that we don't have yet.
No, we're committing money that we have.
Well, we're committing money we have, but philosophy wise, the next one in line, or they have to compete again for the next 4 million, the next 4. Let's go back to the legislature and say, capitalize this thing so it'll do something instead of what we're doing here. Because when we drain it that quickly, we're the bad guys. So I see where the intent was, but I don't see that continuing with that intent and not having some real problems and we're the bad people. Okay.
Lace, get back up here.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Ask all the questions you want now, because I have
You
to
were
be in the
fine.
water tomorrow.
No, it'd be on a plane tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, just going for.
Probably flying for 20 hours.
Well, they decided not to go with, instead of going with the Cadillac, they're going with the Chevy. They can do it for 6.
Well, if there was some agreement in the agreement that said that, then zero it out. I don't care.
Well, we're not committing to give them any more money. What?
I have a comment. So we have a similar challenge with the corridor preservation program.
I just got another 20 million a year. So
Yeah, but it's not quite the same. But we periodically get more requests than we have funds. We simply don't take them to the advisory board. We hold until we do have the money. And yes, we did get another 20 million. We can loan the bank 20 million at 10% interest.
You can tell we got them from the private sector, right? Yeah. No, I mean, that's the case with every single thing, every single decision that the commission makes. There's not enough money for pavement, for bridges, for traffic signals, for the local governments. There will never.
But they're doing some good projects. When you look at the projects locally, the 5 projects, the 6.2 million is gonna cover. Honestly, it's a decent, good project for the community. There's a lot they're wasting. They're not going to the mosquito double or nothing. They're doing good project in the community, which is good. Why do you want to keep the money in the account that pays only 2.5%? You could get 3.75%.
And put the money to work to save lives, make people, I mean, it's delivering product as soon as possible, I think is the right thing to do.
Okay.
Sit on.
So I just wanted to come back, hopefully, we have this, there we go. So here's the county of the first class, similar look and feel that we wanted to do. We don't have anything capitalized. We do have the list of the loans and grants. We use the term grant because that's what's in House Bill 502. But you can see that we are, in fact, negative on this one, but we're holding it until money becomes available, and then disbursements will occur.
So we could alleviate this discussion completely if we create the rule that we just spend the money that's in the bank and let somebody else do it. We wouldn't have to approve it as a commission. Correct?
Yeah, but we just got paid lunch and we'll have to do something for that work.
I mean, so you can see the projects that are identified right off the bat. The legislature's also decided that when the loans are being paid back, what projects will be done with the repayment. So this money has been.
I'd be okay with it that way.
This money has been spent twice already.
Well, this has been a great discussion. I can see that I'll probably alone vote no on this one, but if this were my budget at home, I would not do this, but that's not the way government works. So there you go.
So just then to kind of capstone that discussion, again, I'm on the UDOT homepage. If I scroll down to the policy and funding, the Transportation Commission webpage that Andrea talked about earlier, we had a paper, rock, scissors. She won, which is why the capacity project is bigger and on top. Underneath it, we have the presentation that we've discussed today. It's live, as well as the program, the process of the program. Also, these were the slides that were included in the presentation that we talked about earlier. These are just the live versions of that you can scroll and zoom in a little bit better than you can in the presentation.
Thank you, Arthur.
Okay.
Are we done with the staff update too?
Yes.
Other.
Raise your hand if you're other.
Tom, do you think you're gonna get yourself?
I understand all of this. I got all of this.
I was asking you some questions earlier.
Okay. Well, Tom, why don't you share a little bit? You know, who are you? Where are you from? Who is that guy?
Well, I live in Park City. And I went to law school at the University of Utah. And
We didn't have, in all deference to BYU, I went there so long ago, there was no law school at BYU.
So good,
So
choice.
I tell my friend Lou Kramer, who used to be on the commission, I said, don't forget, Lou, I didn't have a choice, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't have made the choice. In any event, I practiced law for many years. Most of my law practice has been centered on environmental, real estate, and I've represented some construction companies in California in connection with various items. I've served on a lot of community things. So I've been a president of the Kiwanis Club. I'm lieutenant governor in Kiwanis Club. I'm in Rotary right now. I sit on the board of the Utah Symphony, Utah Opera. I'm on the board of the Heber Valley Railroad, which is one of our tenants.
We own that railroad.
That's right, you own it. And I also have been on the Alcohol Beverage Services Commission for the last 8 years, and I'm finishing that up. I don't know what else, I'd be more happy, obviously, to answer questions on, but somebody asked me, why do you do these things of sitting on commissions and whatnot? And I have 4 grandchildren, 3 of whom live in Utah. And I want Utah to be a better place than when I got done with law school and couldn't find a job in Utah. And so and one of the reasons I've just been involved, great interest in infrastructure all these years, as Carlos knows. I've kind of always found it fascinating and realized that we can't have economic growth unless you have good infrastructure, whether it's roads or rail, any kind of transit. So that's why I'm really looking forward to trying to do the best I can for the state of Utah.
Thank you, Tom.
Could you give us your name? I get.
Oh, Tom Jacobson. I think so. No, this is Salvation Army, but Tom Jacobson. And you and I've run into each other.
I knew you, but I couldn't get your name.
Yeah, so maybe the commissioners, maybe introduce yourselves a little bit for Tom.
Kevin Van Tassel, live in Bernal. I'm that large a member of the commission. Former senator.
Yeah, former senator, worked at Zions Bank. So banker.
Yeah, thank you.
Introducing it.
Yeah.
Jim Evans, represent the Van Horn Region 3. Kind of like people, I don't know why, young people, this kind of stuff. From city councils to mayors to state tech board, the board of regents to hospital board now, right? Same reason, just to try to make a difference where we can. And I was in tech for a lot of years. Zach Barbarius and left that, and I run now a nonprofit called America's Freedom Festival, so a totally different thing where we just try to help about 600,000 people every year enjoy with their families the freedoms we enjoy. So that's kind of what I do now.
And I'm the one that causes controversy here today.
You're only the new one for another month.
That's true. Thank you. And of course, well, Bruce. So I'm Brad D. And somewhere along my career, I've run into you a few times at the legislature. I was majority leader for several years and spent 17 years in the legislature before I was called to a different thing and went over and served my church for a few years. But now I'm back, and this is where the governor wanted me, but I don't know if he knew I was going to be. I've usually been fairly unanimous here.
You asked great questions.
Yeah, well, this one just takes my finances.
He started twitching. Former mayor as well.
Yeah, but anyway.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Oh, that was quick.
He had a cookie with the chips on it. That's when he was too anxious to talk. Right.
Commissioner Rhonda Menlove,
She is.
Region 1. I live in Garden City, Utah, and had a career in higher education and public education, retired as an administrator at Utah State University, and 10 years in the Utah legislature trying to keep track of Brad D. and Van Tassel.
And it wasn't as tough as this. You actually, I believe, were on the panel that I had to go for my confirmation hearing for the first time for the alcohol commission. Yeah. And I'm an Aggie too, so.
Awesome. That's great. Welcome. Well, all right.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. You got Lisa there.
3 items.
There, right? So, I'm sorry? Oh, I didn't know Natalie was Natalie. Yeah, I know, Natalie. You want to come online, Nat?
That may be one of our iPads.
That's one of the
that we had
iPads.
to use.
Oh,
That's an
sorry.
That's just an iPad. That's not really.
The Android end of it, Natalie.
Cool.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, Bruce. Beck, why don't you introduce yourself here to Tom? Who are you?
Well, I've been
Where do you
talking to
live?
him a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Bruce Adams, former county commissioner, and was nominated to be an at-large commissioner. But
That's, yeah, I didn't share that with everyone. So, with the governor's decision, Bruce has just went through the nomination process, got confirmed, and he got confirmed as the at-large. And so his name has now been resubmitted along with Tom's for the May interim meeting. And Bruce will have to go through confirmation. No, wow.
He will be in
To be
charge
the
of
Region 4.
Which makes sense because he is from South.
And we've discussed the fact that we are the diversity brothers. He has been run cattle all his life. He's a cowboy, comes from a rural area, and I grew up in the city. I never saw dirt. All I saw was pavement my whole life. So I don't think we had the ability to run cattle. So anyway, it's really great. And I'm very happy to be here.
Good, thanks. Thank you, Tom, and welcome there. Guys, thank you. So just imagine, we used to do the workshop in one day. And, back when Jeff Holt was the chair, and, he just about lost it with us because it was about 8 hours of stuff. And so that's, at that time, we decided to break it out into 2 separate days. And so thank you for your patience today with us. And any questions on anything? Any challenges you want to make?
I'm just happy to be here.
Go Cougars. Go Cougars.
Yeah, we have 3 hours here before you start. Try to get to the, what did we call the gates? Sweet eight or elite eight? Elite eight. Let's try to get there.
3:16.
Hey, guys, thank you very much. 9 o'clock. I'm sorry.
9 o'clock, rather than 8:30.
Yes, it is. Moving snow around.